Chapter 17 of The Merry Adventures of Robin Hood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Merry Adventures of Robin Hood by Howard Pyle. Little John turns barefoot friar. Cold winter had passed, and spring had come. No leafy thickness had yet clad the woodlands, but the budding leaves hung like a tender mist about the trees. In the open country, the meadowlands lay a sheeny green, the cornfields a dark velvety color, for they were thick and soft with the growing blades. The ploughboy shouted in the sun, and in the purple, new-turned furrows, flocks of birds hunted for fat worms. All the broad, moist earth smiled in the warm light, and each little green hill clapped its hand for joy. On a deer's hide, stretched on the ground in the open in front of the greenwood tree, sat Robin Hood, basking in the sun like an old dog-fox. Leaning back with his hands clasped about his knees, he lazily watched Little John rolling a stout bowstring from long strands of hempen thread, wetting the palms of his hands ever and anon, and rolling the cord upon his thigh. Near by sat Allan a Dale, fitting a new string to his harp. Quoth Robin at last,
"Methinks I would rather roam this forest in the gentle springtime than be king of all merry England. What palace in the broad world is as fair as this sweet woodland just now? And what king in all the world hath such an appetite for plovers' eggs and lampreys as I for juicy venison and sparkling ale? Gaffer Swanthold speaks truly when he saith, better a crust with content than honey with a sour heart."
"Yea,"
quoth Little John, as he rubbed his new-made bowstring with yellow beeswax.
"The life we lead is the life for me. Thou speakest of the springtime, but methinks even the winter hath its own joys. Thou and I, good master, have had more than one merry day this winter past at the Blue Boar. Dost thou not remember that night thou and Will Stutely and Friar Tuck and I passed at that same hostelry with the two beggars and the strolling friar?"
"Yea,"
quoth merry Robin, laughing.
"that was the night that Will Stutely must needs snatch a kiss from the stout hostess, and got a cannikin of ale emptied over his head for his pains."
"Truly, it was the same,"
said Little John, laughing also.
"Methinks that was a goodly song that the strolling friar sang. Friar Tuck, thou hast a quick ear for a tune. Dost thou not remember it?"
"I did have the catch of it one time,"
said Tuck.
"Let me see."
And he touched his forefinger to his forehead in thought, humming to himself, and stopping ever and anon to fit what he had got to what he searched for in his mind. At last he found it all, and clearing his throat, sang merrily.
"In the blossoming hedge the robin cock sings, for the sun it is merry and bright. And he joyfully hops and he flutters his wings, for his heart is all full of delight. For the May bloometh fair, and there's little of care, and plenty to eat in the May time rare. When the flowers all die, then off he will fly to keep himself warm in some jolly old barn, where the snow and the wind neither chill him nor harm. And such is the life of the strolling friar. with a plenty to eat and to drink. For the good wife will keep him a seat by the fire, and the pretty girls smile at his wink. Then he lustily drolls as he onward strolls. A rollicking song for the saving of souls, when the wind doth blow with the coming of snow. There's a place by the fire for the fatherly friar, and a crab in the bowl for his heart's desire.
Thus Friar Tuck sang in a rich and mellow voice, rolling his head from side to side in time with the music, and when he had done, all clapped their hands and shouted with laughter, for the song fitted him well.
In very sooth,
Quoth Little John,
it is a goodly song, and were I not a yeoman of Sherwood Forest, I had rather be a strolling friar than aught else in the world.
Yea, it is a goodly song.
said Robin Hood.
But methought those two burly beggars told the merrier tales and led the merrier life. Dost thou not remember what that great black-bearded fellow told of his begging at the fair in York?
Yea,
said Little John.
but what told the friar of the harvest home in Kentshire? I hold that he led a merrier life than the other two.
Truly, for the honour of the cloth,
Quoth Friar Tuck.
I hold with my good gossip, Little John.
Now,
Quoth Robin.
I hold to mine own mind. But what sayest thou, Little John, to a merry adventure this fair day? Take thou a friar's gown from our chest of strange garments, and don the same, and I will stop the first beggar I meet and change clothes with him. Then let us wander the country about this sweet day, and see what befalls each of us.
That fitteth my mind.
Quoth Little John.
So let us forth, say I.
Thereupon Little John and Friar Tuck went to the storehouse of the band, and there chose for the yeoman the robe of a grey friar. Then they came forth again, and a mighty roar of laughter went up, for not only had the band never seen Little John in such guise before, but the robe was too short for him by a good palm's breadth. But Little John's hands were folded in his loose sleeves, and Little John's eyes were cast upon the ground, and at his girdle hung a great long string of beads. And now Little John took up his stout staff, at the end of which hung a chubby little leathern pottle, such as palmers carry at the tips of their staves. But in it was something, I wot, more like good Malmsey than cold spring water, such as godly pilgrims carry. Then up rose Robin, and took his stout staff in his hand likewise, and slipped 10 golden angels into his pouch, for no beggar's garb was among the stores of the band, so he was fain to run his chance of meeting a beggar and buying his clothes of him. So all being made ready, the two yeomen set forth on their way, striding lustily along all in the misty morning. Thus they walked down the forest path until they came to the highway, and then along the highway till it split in twain, leading on one hand to Blythe, and on the other to Gainsborough. Here the yeoman stopped. Quoth jolly Robin,
Take thou the road to Gainsborough, and I will take that to Blythe. So fare thee well, holy father, and mayest thou not ha' cause to count thy beads in earnest ere we meet again.
Good Dan, good beggar that is to be.
quoth Little John.
And mayest thou have no cause to beg for mercy ere I see thee next.
So each stepped sturdily upon his way until a green hill rose between them, and the one was hid from the sight of the other. Little John walked along whistling, for no one was nigh upon all the road. In the budding hedges the little birds twittered merrily, and on either hand the green hills swept up to the sky, the great white clouds of springtime sailing slowly over their crowns in lazy flight. Up hill and down dale walked Little John, the fresh wind blowing in his face and his robes fluttering behind him, and so at last he came to a cross-road that led to Tuxford. Here he met 3 pretty lasses, each bearing a basket of eggs to market. Quoth he,
"Whither away, fair maids?"
and he stood in their path, holding his staff in front of them, to stop them. Then they huddled together and nudged one another, and one presently spake up and said,
"We are going to the Tuxford market, holy friar, to sell our eggs."
"Now out upon it,"
quoth Little John, looking upon them with his head on one side.
"Surely it is a pity that such fair lasses should be forced to carry eggs to market. Let me tell you, an I had the shaping of things in this world, ye should all 3 have been clothed in the finest silks, and ride upon milk-white horses, with pages at your side, and feed upon nothing but whipped cream and strawberries, for such a life would surely befit your looks."
At this speech, all 3 of the pretty maids looked down, blushing and simpering. One said,
"La!"
Another,
"Marry, a maketh sport of us."
and the third,
"Listen now to the holy man."
but at the same time they looked at Little John from out the corners of their eyes.
"Now look you,"
Said Little John,
"I cannot see such dainty damsels as ye are carrying baskets along a high road. Let me take them mine own self, and one of you, if ye will, may carry my staff for me."
"Nay,
said one of the lasses,
but thou canst not carry 3 baskets all at one time."
"Yea, but I can,
said Little John,
and that I will show you presently. I thank the good Saint Wilfrid that he hath given me a pretty wit. Look ye, now, here I take this great basket, so. Here I tie my rosary around the handle, thus, and here I slip the rosary over my head and sling the basket upon my back in this wise."
and Little John did according to his words, the basket hanging down behind him like a peddler's pack. Then, giving his staff to one of the maids, and taking a basket upon either arm, he turned his face toward Tuxford town, and stepped forth merrily, a laughing maid on either side, and one walking ahead carrying the staff. In this wise they journeyed along, and every one they met stopped and looked after them, laughing, for never had anybody seen such a merry sight as this tall, strapping grey friar, with robes all too short for him, laden with eggs, and tramping the road with 3 pretty lasses. For this Little John cared not a whit, but when such folks gave jesting words to him, he answered back as merrily, speech for speech. So they stepped along toward Tuxford, chatting and laughing, until they came nigh to the town. Here Little John stopped and set down the baskets, for he did not care to go into the town, lest he should, perchance, meet some of the sheriff's men.
"Alas, sweet chucks,"
quoth he,
"here I must leave you. I had not thought to come this way, but I am glad that I did so. Now, ere we part, we must drink sweet friendship."
So saying, he unslung the leathern pottle from the end of his staff, and drawing the stopper therefrom, he handed it to the lass who had carried his staff, first wiping the mouth of the pottle upon his sleeve. Then each lass took a fair drink of what was within, and when it had passed all around, Little John finished what was left, so that not another drop could be squeezed from it. Then, kissing each lass sweetly, he wished them all good den, and left them. But the maids stood looking after him as he walked away whistling.
"What a pity,"
Quoth one,
"that such a stout, lusty lad should be in holy orders."
"Marry,"
quoth Little John to himself as he strode along,
Yon was no such ill happening. St. Dunstan, send me more of the like.
After he had trudged along for a time, he began to wax thirsty again in the warmth of the day. He shook his leathern pottle beside his ear, but not a sound came therefrom. Then he placed it to his lips and tilted it high aloft, but not a drop was there.
Little John,
said he sadly to himself, shaking his head the while.
women will be thy ruin yet if thou dost not take better care of thyself.
But at last he reached the crest of a certain hill, and saw below a sweet little thatched inn lying snugly in the dale beneath him, toward which the road dipped sharply. At the sight of this, a voice within him cried aloud,
I give thee joy, good friend, for yonder is thy heart's delight, to wit, a sweet rest and a cup of brown beer.
So he quickened his pace down the hill, and so came to the little inn, from which hung a sign with a stag's head painted upon it. In front of the door a clucking hen was scratching in the dust, with a brood of chickens about her heels. The sparrows were chattering of household affairs under the eaves, and all was so sweet and peaceful that Little John's heart laughed within him. Beside the door stood 2 stout cobs with broad, soft-padded saddles, well fitted for easy travelling, and speaking of rich guests in the parlour. In front of the door 3 merry fellows, a tinker, a pedlar, and a beggar, were seated on a bench in the sun, quaffing stout ale.
I give you good den, sweet friends,
quoth Little John, striding up to where they sat.
Give thee good den, holy father,
quoth the merry beggar with a grin.
But look thee, thy gown is too short. Thou hast best cut a piece off the top and tack it to the bottom, so that it may be long enough. But come, sit beside us here, and take a taste of ale, if thy vows forbid thee not.
Nay,
quoth Little John, also grinning.
the blessed Saint Dunstan hath given me a free dispensation for all indulgence in that line.
And he thrust his hand into his pouch for money to pay his score.
Truly,
quoth the tinker,
without thy looks belie thee, holy friar, the good Saint Dunstan was wise, for without such dispensation his votary is like to have many a penance to make. Nay, take thy hand from out thy pouch, brother, for thou shalt not pay this shot. Ho, landlord, a pot of ale.
So the ale was brought and given to Little John. Then, blowing the froth a little way to make room for his lips, he tilted the bottom of the pot higher and higher, till it pointed to the sky, and he had to shut his eyes to keep the dazzle of the sunshine out of them. Then he took the pot away, for there was nothing in it, and heaved a full, deep sigh, looking at the others with moist eyes and shaking his head solemnly.
Ho, landlord!
cried the pedlar.
Bring this good fellow another pot of ale, for truly it is a credit to us all to have one among us who can empty a cannikin so lustily.
So they talked among themselves merrily, until after a while, quoth Little John,
Who rideth those 2 nags yonder?
2 holy men like thee, brother,
quoth the beggar.
They are now having a goodly feast within, for I smelled the steam of a boiled pullet just now. The landlady saith they come from Fountain Abbey in Yorkshire, and go to Lincoln on matters of business.
They are a merry couple,
said the tinker.
for one is as lean as an old wife's spindle, and the other as fat as a suet pudding.
Talking of fatness,
said the pedlar.
Thou thyself lookest none too ill-fed, holy friar.
Nay, truly,
said Little John.
Thou seest in me what the holy St. Dunstan can do for them that serve him upon a handful of parched peas and a trickle of cold water.
At this a great shout of laughter went up.
Truly, it is a wondrous thing,
quoth the beggar.
I would have made my vow to see the masterly manner in which thou didst tuck away yon pot of ale, that thou hadst not tasted clear water for a brace of months. Has not this same holy St. Dunstan taught thee a goodly song or two?
Why, as for that,
quoth Little John, grinning,
mayhap he hath lent me aid to learn a ditty or so.
Then, prithee, let us hear how he hath taught thee,
quoth the tinker. At this, Little John cleared his throat, and after a word or two about a certain hoarseness that troubled him, sang thus.
Ah, pretty, pretty maid, whither dost thou go? I prithee, wait for thy lover also, and will gather thee rose as it sweetly blows, for the merry, merry winds are a-blowing.
Now it seemed as though Little John's songs were never to get sung, for he had got no farther than this when the door of the inn opened, and out came the two brothers of Fountain Abbey, the landlord following them, and, as the saying is, washing his hands with humble soap. But when the brothers of Fountain Abbey saw who it was that sang, and how he was clad in the robes of a grey friar, they stopped suddenly, the fat little brother drawing his heavy eyebrows together in a mighty frown, and the thin brother twisting up his face as though he had sour beer in his mouth. Then, as Little John gathered his breath for a new verse,
"How now?"
roared forth the fat brother, his voice coming from him like loud thunder from a little cloud.
"Thou naughty fellow, is this a fit place for one in thy garb to tipple and sing profane songs?"
Nay,
quoth Little John,
sin I cannot tipple and sing, like your worship's reverence, in such a goodly place as Fountain Abbey. I must e'en tipple and sing where I can.
Now, out upon thee,
cried the tall, lean brother in a harsh voice.
Now, out upon thee, that thou shouldst so disgrace thy cloth by this talk and beering.
Mary, come up,
quoth Little John.
Disgrace, sayest thou? Methinks it is more disgrace for one of our garb to wring hard-earned farthings out of the grip of poor lean peasants. Is it not so, brother?
At this, the tinker and the peddler and the beggar nudged one another, and all grinned, and the friars scowled blackly at Little John, but they could think of nothing further to say, so they turned to their horses. Then Little John arose of a sudden from the bench where he sat, and ran to where the brothers of Fountain Abbey were mounting. Quoth he,
Let me hold your horses' bridles for you. Truly, your words have smitten my sinful heart, so that I will abide no longer in this den of evil, but will go forward with you. No vile temptation, I wot, will fall upon me in such holy company.
Nay, fellow,
said the lean brother harshly, for he saw that Little John made sport of them.
We want none of thy company, so get thee gone.
Alas,
quoth Little John,
I am truly sorry that she like me not nor my company, but as for leaving you, it may not be, for my heart is so moved that willy-nilly I must go with you for the sake of your holy company.
Now at this talk all the good fellows on the bench grinned till their teeth glistened, and even the landlord could not forbear to smile. As for the friars, they looked at one another with a puzzled look, and knew not what to do in the matter. They were so proud that it made them feel sick with shame to think of riding along the high road with a strolling friar, in robes all too short for him, running beside them. But yet they could not make Little John stay against his will, for they knew he could crack the bones of both of them in a twinkling, were he so minded. Then up spake the fat brother more mildly than he had done before.
"Nay, good brother,"
said he,
"we will ride fast, and thou wilt tire to death at the pace."
"Truly I am grateful to thee for the thought of me,"
quoth Little John.
"But have no fear, brother, my limbs are stout, and I could run like a hare from here to Gainsborough."
At these words a sound of laughing came from the bench, whereat the lean brother's wrath boiled over like water into the fire, with great fuss and noise.
"Now, out upon thee, thou naughty fellow," he cried. "Art thou not ashamed to bring disgrace so upon our cloth? Bide thee here, thou sot, with these porkers. Thou art no fit company for us."
"La, ye there now,"
quoth Little John.
"Thou hearest, landlord, thou art not fit company for these holy men. Go back to thine alehouse. Nay, if these most holy brothers of mine do but give me the word, I'll beat thy head with this stout staff till it is as soft as whipped eggs."
At these words a great shout of laughter went up from those on the bench, and the landlord's face grew red as a cherry from smothering his laugh in his stomach. But he kept his merriment down, for he wished not to bring the ill will of the brothers of Fountain Abbey upon him by unseemly mirth. So the two brethren, as they could do naught else, having mounted their nags, turned their noses toward Lincoln and rode away.
"I cannot stay longer, sweet friends,"
quoth Little John, as he pushed in betwixt the two cobs.
"Therefore I wish you good den. Off we go, we three."
So saying, he swung his stout staff over his shoulder and trudged off, measuring his pace with that of the two nags. The two brothers glowered at Little John when he so pushed himself betwixt them. Then they drew as far away from him as they could, so that the yeoman walked in the middle of the road, while they rode on the footpath on either side of the way. As they so went away, the tinker, the pedlar, and the beggar ran skipping out into the middle of the highway, each with a pot in his hand, and looked after them, laughing. While they were in sight of those at the inn, the brothers walked their horses soberly, not caring to make ill matters worse by seeming to run away from Little John, for they could not but think how it would sound in folks' ears when they heard how the brethren of Fountain Abbey scampered away from a strolling friar like the ugly one, when the blessed St. Dunstan loosed his nose from the red-hot tongs where he had held it fast. But when they had crossed the crest of the hill and the inn was lost to sight, quoth the fat brother to the thin brother,
"Brother Ambrose, had we not better mend our pace?"
"Why, truly, gossip,"
spoke up Little John,
"methinks it would be well to boil our pot a little faster, for the day is passing on, so it will not jolt thy fat too much. Onward, say I."
At this the two friars said nothing, but they glared again on Little John with baleful looks. Then, without another word, they clucked to their horses, and both broke into a canter. So they galloped for a mile and more, and Little John ran betwixt them as lightly as a stag, and never turned a hair with the running. At last the fat brother drew his horse's rein with a groan, for he could stand the shaking no longer.
"Alas,"
said Little John, with not so much as a catch in his breath,
"I did sadly fear that the roughness of this pace would shake thy poor old fat paunch."
To this the fat friar said never a word, but he stared straight before him, and he gnawed his nether lip. And now they travelled forward more quietly, Little John in the middle of the road, whistling merrily to himself, and the two friars in the footpath on either side, saying never a word. Then presently they met 3 merry minstrels, all clad in red, who stared amain to see a grey friar with such short robes walking in the middle of the road, and 2 brothers with heads bowed with shame, riding upon richly caparisoned cobs on the footpaths. When they had come near to the minstrels, Little John waved his staff like an usher, clearing the way.
"Make way!"
he cried in a loud voice.
Make way, for here we go, we 3.
Then how the minstrels stared, and how they laughed. But the fat friar shook as with an ague, and the lean friar bowed his head over his horse's neck. Then next they met 2 noble knights in rich array, with hawk on wrist, and likewise 2 fair ladies, clad in silks and velvets, all a-riding on noble steeds. These all made room, staring, as Little John and the 2 friars came along the road. To them Little John bowed humbly.
"Give you greetings, lords and ladies,"
said he.
"But here we go, we 3.
Then all laughed, and one of the fair ladies cried out,
"What 3 meanest thou, merry friend?"
Little John looked over his shoulder, for they had now passed each other, and he called back,
"Big Jack, Lean Jack, and Fat Jack Pudding."
At this the fat friar gave a groan, and seemed as if he were like to fall from his saddle for shame. The other brother said nothing, but he looked before him with a grim and stony look. Just ahead of them the road took a sudden turn around a high hedge, and some 20 paces beyond the bend another road crossed the one they were riding upon. When they had come to the crossroad, and were well away from those they had left, the lean friar drew rein suddenly.
"Look ye, fellow,"
quoth he, in a voice quivering with rage.
"We have had enough of thy vile company, and care no longer to be made sport of. Go thy way, and let us go ours in peace."
"La, there, now,"
quoth Little John.
"Methought we were such a merry company, and here thou dost blaze up like fat in the pan. But truly I ha had enow of you to-day, though I can ill spare your company. I know ye will miss me, but gin ye want me again, whisper to Goodman Wind, and he will bring news thereof to me. But ye see I am a poor man, and ye are rich. I pray you give me a penny or 2 to buy me bread and cheese at the next inn."
"We have no money, fellow,"
said the lean friar harshly.
"Come, brother Thomas, let us forward."
But Little John caught the horses by the bridle reins, one in either hand.
"Ha ye in truth no money about you whatsoever?"
said he.
"Now, I pray you, brothers, for charity's sake, give me somewhat to buy a crust of bread, e'en though it be only a penny."
"I tell thee, fellow, we have no money,"
thundered the fat little friar with the great voice.
"Ha ye, in holy truth, no money?"
asked Little John.
"Not a farthing,"
said the lean friar sourly.
"Not a groat,"
said the fat friar loudly.
"Nay,"
quoth Little John,
"this must not be. Far be it from me to see such holy men as ye are depart from me with no money. Get both of you down straight away from off your horses, and we will kneel here in the middle of the crossroads, and pray the blessed St. Dunstan to send us some money to carry us on our journey."
"What sayest thou, thou limb of evil?"
cried the lean friar, fairly gnashing his teeth with rage.
"Didst thou bid me, the high cellarer of Fountain Abbey, to get down from my horse and kneel in the dirty road to pray to some beggarly Saxon saint?"
"Now,"
quoth Little John,
I ha a great part of a mind to crack thy head for thee for speaking thus of the good Saint Dunstan. But get down straightway, for my patience will not last much longer, and I may forget that ye are both in holy orders.
So saying, he twirled his stout staff till it whistled again. At this speech, both friars grew as pale as dough. Down slipped the fat brother from off his horse on one side, and down slipped the lean brother on the other.
Now, brothers, down on your knees and pray,
said Little John. Thereupon, putting his heavy hands upon the shoulder of each, he forced them to their knees, he kneeling also. Then Little John began to beseech Saint Dunstan for money, which he did in a great loud voice. After he had so besought the saint for a time, he bade the friars feel in their pouches and see if the saint had sent them anything. So each put his hand slowly in the pouch that hung beside him, but brought nothing thence.
Ha!
quoth Little John.
Have your prayers so little virtue? Then let us at it again.
Then straightway he began calling on Saint Dunstan again, somewhat in this wise.
O gracious Saint Dunstan, send some money straight away to these poor folk, lest the fat one waste away and grow as lean as the lean one, and the lean one waste away to nothing at all, ere they get to Lincoln town. But send them only 10 shillings apiece, lest they grow puffed up with pride. Any more than that thou sendest, send to me now,
quoth he, rising.
Let us see what each man hath.
Then he thrust his hand into his pouch, and drew thence 4 golden angels.
What have ye, brothers?
said he. Then once again each friar slowly thrust his hand into his pouch, and once again brought it out with nothing in it.
Have ye nothing?
quoth Little John.
Nay, I warrant there is somewhat that hath crept into the seams of your pouches, and so ye have missed it. Let me look.
So he went first to the lean friar, and thrusting his hand into the pouch, he drew forth a leathern bag, and counted therefrom 110 pounds of golden money.
I thought,
quoth Little John,
that thou hadst missed in some odd corner of thy pouch the money that the blessed saint had sent thee. And now let me see whether thou hast not some also, brother.
Thereupon he thrust his hand into the pouch of the fat friar, and drew thence a bag like the other, and counted out from it 70 pounds.
Look ye now,
quoth he.
I knew the good saint had sent thee some pittance that thou also hadst missed.
Then, giving them 1 pound between them, he slipped the rest of the money into his own pouch, saying,
Ye pledged me your holy word that ye had no money. Being holy men, I trust that ye would not belie your word so pledged. Therefore I know the good Saint Dunstan hath sent this in answer to my prayers. But as I only prayed for 10 shillings to be sent to each of you, all over and above that belongeth by rights to me, and so I take it. I give you good den, brothers, and may ye have a pleasant journey henceforth.
So saying, he turned and left them, striding away. The friars looked at one another with a woeful look, and slowly and sadly they mounted their horses again, and rode away with never a word. But Little John turned his footsteps back again to Sherwood Forest, and merrily he whistled as he strode along. And now we will see what befell Robin Hood in his venture as beggar. End of chapter 17.
Lean Brother Ambrose, read by Beeswaxcandle.
Fat Brother Thomas, read by M. Lee.
Beggar, read by David Snyder.
Peddler, read by Shrimpfish.
Last one, read by Shrimpfish.
Last two, read by Awen Bree.
Last three, read by Jenn Broda.
Chapter 18 of The Merry Adventures of Robin Hood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Merry Adventures of Robin Hood by Howard Pyle. Robin Hood turns beggar.
Riccon Hazel of Holywell, read by M.C. Anderson.
After Jolly Robin had left Little John at the forking of the roads, he walked merrily onward in the mellow sunshine that shone about him. Ever and anon he would skip and leap or sing a snatch of song for pure joyousness of the day. For, because of the sweetness of the springtide, his heart was as lusty within him as that of a colt newly turned out to grass. Sometimes he would walk a long distance, gazing aloft at the great white swelling clouds that moved slowly across the deep blue sky. Anon he would stop and drink in the fullness of life of all things, for the hedgerows were budding tenderly, and the grass of the meadows was waxing long and green. Again he would stand still and listen to the pretty song of the little birds in the thickets, or hearken to the clear crow of the cock, daring the sky to rain, whereat he would laugh, for it took but little to tickle Robin's heart into merriment. So he trudged manfully along, ever willing to stop for this reason or for that, and ever ready to chat with such merry lasses as he met now and then. So the morning slipped along, but yet he met no beggar with whom he could change clothes. Quoth he,
If I do not change my luck in haste, I am like to have an empty day of it, for it is well nigh half gone already, and, although I have had a merry walk through the countryside, I know not of a beggar's life.
Then, after a while, he began to grow hungry, whereupon his mind turned from thoughts of springtime and flowers and birds, and dwelled upon boiled capons, malmsey, white bread, and the like, with great tenderness. Quoth he to himself,
I would I had Willie Winkin's wishing coat. I know right well what I should wish for, and this it should be.
Here he marked upon the fingers of his left hand, with the forefinger of his right hand, those things which he wished for.
Firstly, I would have a sweet brown pie of tender larks. Mark ye, not dry cooked, but with a good sop of gravy to moisten it withal. Next, I would have a pretty pullet, fairly boiled, with tender pigeon's eggs, cunningly sliced, garnishing the platter around. With these I would have a long, slim loaf of wheaten bread that hath been baked upon the hearth. It should be warm from the fire, with glossy brown crust, the colour of the hair of mine own maid Marian, and this same crust should be as crisp and brittle as the thin white ice that lies across the furrows in the early winter's morning. These will do for the more solid things, but with these I must have 3 potties, fat and round, one full of malmsey, one of canary, and one brimming full of mine own dear lusty sack.
Thus spoke Robin to himself, his mouth growing moist at the corners, with the thoughts of the good things he had raised in his own mind. So, talking to himself, he came to where the dusty road turned sharply around the hedge, all tender with the green of the coming leaf, and there he saw before him a stout fellow sitting upon a stile, swinging his legs in idleness. All about this lusty rogue dangled divers pouches and bags of different sizes and kinds, a dozen or more, with great wide gaping mouths, like a brood of hungry daws. His coat was gathered in at his waist, and was patched with as many colours as there are stripes upon the maypole in the springtide. On his head he wore a great tall leathern cap, and across his knees rested a stout quarterstaff of blackthorn, full as long and heavy as Robin's. As jolly a beggar was he as ever trod the lanes and byways of Nottinghamshire, for his eyes were as grey as slate, and snapped and twinkled and danced with merriment, and his black hair curled close all over his head in little rings of kinkiness.
"Holloa, good fellow,"
quoth Robin, when he had come nigh to the other.
"what art thou doing here this merry day, when the flowers are peeping and the buds are swelling?"
Then the other winked one eye, and straightway trolled forth in a merry voice.
I sit upon the stile, and I sing a little while, as I wait for my own true dear. Oh, for the sun is shining bright, and the leaves are dancing light, and the little fowl sing she is near. Oh. And so it is with me, bully boy, saving that my doxy cometh not.
"Now that is a right sweet song,"
quoth Robin.
"and, were I in the right mind to listen to thee, I could bear well to hear more. But I have two things of seriousness to ask of thee, so listen, I prithee."
At this the jolly beggar cocked his head on one side, like a rogue of a magpie. Quoth he,
I am an ill jug to pour heavy things into, good friend, and if I mistake not, thou hast few serious words to spare at any time.
"Nay,"
quoth jolly Robin,
"what I would say first is the most serious of all thoughts to me, to wit, where shall I get somewhat to eat and drink?"
Sayest thou so?
quoth the beggar.
Marry, I make no such serious thoughts upon the matter. I eat when I can get it, and munch my crust when I can get no crumb. Likewise, when there's no ale to be had, I wash the dust from out my throat with a trickle of cold water. I was sitting here as thou camest upon me, bethinking myself whether I should break my fast or no. I do love to let my hunger grow mightily keen ere I eat, for then a dry crust is as good to me as a venison pasty with suet and raisins is to stout King Harry. I have a sharp hunger upon me now, but methinks in a short while it will ripen to a right mellow appetite.
"Now, in good sooth,"
quoth merry Robin, laughing,
"thou hast a quaint tongue betwixt thy teeth, but hast thou truly naught but a dry crust about thee? Methinks thy bags and pouches are fat and lusty for such thin fare."
Why, mayhap there is some other cold fare therein,
said the beggar slyly.
"And hast thou naught to drink but cold water?"
said Robin.
Never so much as a drop,
quoth the beggar.
Over beyond yon clump of trees is as sweet a little inn as ever thou hast lifted eyelid upon, but I go not thither, for they have a nasty way with me. Once, when the good Prior of Emmet was dining there, the landlady set a dear little tart of stewed crabs and barley sugar upon the window-sill to cool, and seeing it there, and fearing it might be lost, I took it with me, till that I could find the owner thereof. Ever since then they have acted very ill toward me, yet truth bids me say that they have the best ale there that ever rolled over my tongue."
At this Robin laughed aloud.
"Marry,"
quoth he,
"they did ill toward thee for thy kindness. But tell me truly, what hast thou in thy pouches?"
"Why,"
quoth the beggar, peeping into the mouths of his bags,
"I find here a goodly piece of pigeon pie, wrapped in a cabbage leaf to hold the gravy. Here I behold a dainty streaked piece of brawn, and here a fair lump of white bread. Here I find 4 oaten cakes and a cold knuckle of ham. Ha! In sooth, 'tis strange, but here I behold 6 eggs that must have come by accident from some poultry yard hereabouts. They are raw, but roasted upon the coals and spread with a piece of butter that I see."
"Peace, good friend,"
cried Robin, holding up his hand.
"Thou makest my poor stomach quake with joy for what thou tellest me so sweetly. If thou wilt give me to eat, I will straightway hie me to that little inn thou didst tell me of but now, and will bring a skin of ale for thy drinking and mine."
"Friend, thou hast said enough,"
said the beggar, getting down from the stile.
"I will feast thee with the best that I have, and bless Saint Cedric for thy company. But, sweet chuck, I prithee, bring 3 quarts of ale at least, 1 for thy drinking, and 2 for mine, for my thirst is such that methinks I can drink ale as the sands of the river Dee drink salt water."
So Robin straightway left the beggar, who, upon his part, went to a budding lime bush back of the hedge, and there spread his feast upon the grass, and roasted his eggs upon a little faggot fire, with a deftness gained by long labour in that line. After a while back came Robin, bearing a goodly skin of ale upon his shoulder, which he laid upon the grass. Then, looking upon the feast spread upon the ground, and a fair sight it was to look upon, he slowly rubbed his hand over his stomach, for to his hungry eyes it seemed the fairest sight that he had beheld in all his life.
"Friend,"
said the beggar,
"let me feel the weight of that skin."
"Yea, truly,"
quoth Robin.
"Help thyself, sweet chuck, and meantime let me see whether thy pigeon pie is fresh or no."
So the one seized upon the ale, and the other upon the pigeon pie, and nothing was heard for a while but the munching of food and the gurgle of ale as it left the skin. At last, after a long time had passed thus, Robin pushed the food from him, and heaved a great sigh of deep content, for he felt as though he had been made all over anew.
"And now, good friend,"
quoth he, leaning upon one elbow,
"I would have at thee about that other matter of seriousness of which I spoke not long since."
"How?"
said the beggar reproachfully.
"Thou wouldst surely not talk of things appertaining to serious affairs upon such ale as this."
"Nay,"
quoth Robin, laughing,
"I would not check thy thirst, sweet friend. Drink while I talk to thee. Thus it is. I would have thee know that I have taken a liking to thy craft, and would fain have a taste of a beggar's life mine own self,"
said the beggar.
"I marvel not that thou hast taken a liking to my manner of life, good fellow, but to like and to do are two matters of different sorts. I tell thee, friend, one must serve a long apprenticeship ere one can learn to be even so much as a clapperdudgeon, much less a crank or an Abraham man. I tell thee, lad, thou art too old to enter upon that which it may take thee years to catch the hang of."
"Mayhap that may be so,"
quoth Robin,
"for I bring to mind that Gaffer Swanthold saith Jack Shoemaker maketh ill bread, Tom Baker maketh ill shoon. Nevertheless, I have a mind to taste a beggar's life, and need but the clothing to be as good as any."
"I tell thee, fellow,"
said the beggar,
"if thou wert clad as sweetly as good Saint Witton, the patron of our craft, thou wouldst never make a beggar. Marry, the first jolly traveller that thou wouldst meet would beat thee to a pudding for thrusting thy nose into a craft that belongeth not to thee."
"Nevertheless,"
quoth Robin,
"I would have a try at it, and methinks I shall change clothes with thee, for thy garb seemeth to be pretty, not to say gay. So not only will I change clothes, but I will give thee 2 golden angels to boot. I have brought my stout staff with me, thinking that I might have to rap some one of the brethren of thy cloth over the head by way of argument in this matter. But I love thee so much for the feast thou hast given me, that I would not lift even my little finger against thee. So thou needst not have a crumb of fear."
To this the beggar listened with his knuckles resting against his hips, and when Robin had ended, he cocked his head on one side, and thrust his tongue into his cheek.
"Marry, come up,"
quoth he at last.
"Lift thy finger against me, forsooth. Art thou out of thy wits, man? My name is Riccon Hazel, and I come from Holywell, in Flintshire, over by the River Dee. I tell thee, knave, I have cracked the head of many a better man than thou art, and even now I would scald thy crown for thee, but for the ale thou hast given me. Now, thou shalt not have so much as one tag rag of my coat, even could it save thee from hanging."
"Now, fellow,"
said Robin,
"it would ill suit me to spoil thy pretty head for thee, but I tell thee plainly, that but for this feast I would do that to thee would stop thy travelling the country for many a day to come. Keep thy lips shut, lad, or thy luck will tumble out of thy mouth with thy speech."
"Now out, and alas for thee, man, for thou hast bred thyself ill this day,"
cried the beggar, rising and taking up his staff.
"Take up thy club and defend thyself, fellow, for I will not only beat thee, but I will take from thee thy money, and leave thee not so much as a clipped groat, to buy thyself a lump of goose grease, to rub thy cracked crown withal. So defend thyself, I say."
Then up leaped merry Robin, and snatched up his staff also.
"Take my money if thou canst,"
quoth he.
"I promise freely to give thee every farthing if thou dost touch me."
And he twirled his staff in his fingers till it whistled again. Then the beggar swung his staff also, and struck a mighty blow at Robin, which the yeoman turned. 3 blows the beggar struck, yet never one touched so much as a hair of Robin's head. Then stout Robin saw his chance, and ere you could count 3, Riccon's staff was over the hedge, and Riccon himself lay upon the green grass with no more motion than you could find in an empty pudding bag.
"How now?"
quoth merry Robin, laughing.
"Wilt thou have my hide or my money, sweet chuck?"
But to this the other answered never a word. Then Robin, seeing his plight, and that he was stunned with the blow, ran, still laughing, and brought the skin of ale, and poured some of it on the beggar's head and some down his throat, so that presently he opened his eyes and looked around as though wondering why he lay upon his back. Then Robin, seeing that he had somewhat gathered the wits that had just been rapped out of his head, said,
"Now, good fellow, wilt thou change clothes with me, or shall I have to tap thee again? Here are 2 golden angels, if thou wilt give me freely all thy rags and bags, and thy cap and things. If thou givest them not freely, I fear me I shall have to—"
And he looked up and down his staff. Then Riccon sat up and rubbed the bump on his crown.
"Now, out upon it,"
quoth he.
"I did think to drub thee sweetly, fellow. I know not how it is, but I seem, as it were, to have bought more beer than I can drink. If I must give up my clothes, I must. But first promise me, by thy word as a true yeoman, that thou wilt take naught from me but my clothes."
"I promise on the word of a true yeoman,"
quoth Robin, thinking that the fellow had a few pennies that he would save. Thereupon the beggar drew a little knife that hung at his side, and ripping up the lining of his coat, drew thence 10 bright golden pounds, which he laid upon the ground beside him, with a cunning wink at Robin.
"Now, thou mayest have my clothes and welcome,"
said he.
"And thou mightest have had them in exchange for thine, without the cost of a single farthing, far less 2 golden angels."
"Marry,"
quoth Robin, laughing,
"thou art a sly fellow, and I tell thee truly, had I known thou hadst so much money by thee, maybe thou mightest not have carried it away, for I warrant thou didst not come honestly by it."
Then each stripped off his clothes and put on those of the other, and as lusty a beggar was Robin Hood as e'er you could find of a summer's day. But stout Riccon of Holywell skipped and leaped and danced for joy of the fair suit of Lincoln green that he had so gotten. Quoth he,
"I am a gay-feathered bird now. Truly, my dear Moll Peascod would never know me in this dress. Thou mayst keep the cold pieces of the feast, friend, for I mean to live well and lustily while my money lasts and my clothes are gay."
So he turned and left Robin, and crossing the stile was gone. But Robin heard him singing from beyond the hedge as he strode away.
"For Polly is smiling and Molly is glad when the beggar comes in at the door, and Jack and Dick call him a fine lusty lad, and the hostess runs up a great score. Then hey, Willie Waddington, stay, Billy Waddington, and let the brown ale flow free, flow free. The beggar's the man for me."
Robin listened till the song ended in the distance. Then he also crossed the stile into the road, but turned his toes away from where the beggar had gone. The road led up a gentle hill, and up the hill Robin walked, 50 or more of bags dangling about his legs. Onward he strolled for a long time, but other adventure he found not. The road was bare of all else but himself, as he went kicking up little clouds of dust at each footstep, for it was noontide, the most peaceful time of all the day, next to twilight. All the earth was silent in the restfulness of eating time. The plough horses stood in the furrow, munching, with great bags over their noses, holding sweet food. The ploughmen sat under the hedge, and the ploughboy also, and they too were munching, each one holding a great piece of bread in one fist and a great piece of cheese in the other. So Robin, with all the empty road to himself, strode along whistling merrily, his bags and pouches bobbing and dangling at his thighs. At last he came to where a little grass-grown path left the road, and passing through a stile and down a hill, led into a little dell, and on across a rill in the valley, and up the hill on the other side, till it reached a windmill that stood on the cap of the rise, where the wind bent the trees in swaying motion. Robin looked at the spot and liked it, and for no other reason but that his fancy led him, he took the little path and walked down the grassy, sunny slope of the open meadow, and so came to the little dingle, and, ere he knew it, upon 4 lusty fellows that sat with legs outstretched around a goodly feast spread upon the ground. 4 merry beggars were they, and each had slung about his neck a little board that rested upon his breast. One board had written upon it,
"I am blind."
Another,
"I am deaf."
Another,
"I am dumb."
And the fourth,
"Pity the lame one."
But although all these troubles written upon the boards seemed so grievous, the 4 stout fellows sat around feasting as merrily as though Cain's wife had never opened the pottle that held misfortunes and let them forth like a cloud of flies to pester us. The deaf man was the first to hear Robin, for he said,
"Hark, brothers, I hear someone coming."
And the blind man was the first to see him, for he said,
"He is an honest man, brothers, and one of like craft to ourselves."
Then the dumb man called to him in a great voice, and said,
"Welcome, brother! Come and sit while there is still some of the feast left and a little malmsey in the pottle."
At this the lame man, who had taken off his wooden leg and unstrapped his own leg and was sitting with it stretched out upon the grass so as to rest it, made room for Robin among them.
"We are glad to see thee, brother,"
said he, holding out the flask of malmsey.
"Marry,"
quoth Robin, laughing, and weighing the flask in his hands ere he drank.
"Methinks it is no more than seemly of you all to be glad to see me, seeing that I bring sight to the blind, speech to the dumb, hearing to the deaf, and such a lusty leg to a lame man. I drink to your happiness, brothers, as I may not drink to your health, seeing ye are already hale, wind and limb."
At this all grinned, and the blind beggar, who was the chief man among them, and was the broadest-shouldered and most lusty rascal of all, smote Robin upon the shoulder, swearing he was a right merry wag.
"Whence comest thou, lad?"
asked the dumb man.
"Why,"
quoth Robin,
"I came this morning from sleeping overnight in Sherwood."
"Is it even so?"
said the deaf man.
"I would not, for all the money we 4 are carrying to Lincoln town, sleep one night in Sherwood. If Robin Hood caught one of our trade in his woodlands, he would, methinks, clip his ears."
"Methinks he would too,"
quoth Robin, laughing.
"But what money is this that ye speak of?"
Then up spake the lame man.
"Our King, Peter of York,"
said he,
"has sent us to Lincoln with those moneys that—"
"Stay, brother Hodge,"
quoth the blind man, breaking into the talk.
"I would not doubt our brother here, but bear in mind we know him not. What art thou, brother? Upright man, jerk man, clapper dudgeon, dommerer, or Abraham man?"
At these words Robin looked from one man to the other with mouth agape.
"Truly,"
quoth he,
"I trust I am an upright man, at least I strive to be, but I know not what thou meanest by such jargon, brother. It were much more seemly, methinks, if yon dumb man, who hath a sweet voice, would give us a song."
At these words a silence fell on all, and after a while the blind man spoke again. Quoth he,
"Thou dost surely jest when thou sayest that thou dost not understand such words. Answer me this. Hast thou ever fibbed a chouse quarrons in the Rome pad for the lure in his bung?"
"Now out upon it,"
quoth Robin Hood testily.
"An ye make sport of me by pattering such gibberish, it will be ill for you all, I tell you. I have the best part of a mind to crack the heads of all 4 of you, and would do so too, but for the sweet malmsey you have given me. Brother, pass the pottle lest it grow cold.
But all the 4 beggars leaped to their feet when Robin had done speaking, and the blind man snatched up a heavy knotted cudgel that lay beside him on the grass, as did the others likewise. Then Robin, seeing that things were like to go ill with him, albeit he knew not what all the coil was about, leaped to his feet also, and catching up his trusty staff, clapped his back against the tree, and stood upon his guard against them.
How now?
Cried he, twirling his staff betwixt his fingers.
Would you 4 stout fellows set upon one man? Stand back, ye rascals, or I will score your pates till they have as many marks upon them as a pothouse door. Are ye mad? I have done you no harm.
Thou liest,
quoth the one who pretended to be blind, and who, being the lustiest villain, was the leader of the others.
Thou liest, for thou hast come among us as a vile spy, but thine ears have heard too much for thy body's good, and thou goest not forth from this place unless thou goest feet foremost, for this day thou shalt die. Come, brothers, all together, down with him.
Then, whirling up his cudgel, he rushed upon Robin as an angry bull rushes upon a red rag. But Robin was ready for any happening. Crick, crack! He struck 2 blows as quick as a wink, and down went the blind man, rolling over and over upon the grass. At this, the others bore back, and stood at a little distance scowling upon Robin.
Come on, ye scum,
cried he merrily.
Here be cakes and ale for all. Now, who will be next served?
To this speech the beggars answered never a word, but they looked at Robin as great Blunderbore looked upon stout Jack the slayer of giants, as though they would fain eat him, body and bones. Nevertheless, they did not care to come nigher to him and his terrible staff. Then, seeing them so hesitate, Robin of a sudden leaped upon them, striking even as he leaped. Down went the dumb man, and away flew his cudgel from his hand as he fell. At this the others ducked to avoid another blow, then, taking to their heels, scampered, the one way and the other, as though they had the west wind's boots upon their feet. Robin looked after them, laughing, and thought that never had he seen so fleet a runner as the lame man. But neither of the beggars stopped nor turned around, for each felt in his mind the wind of Robin's cudgel about his ears. Then Robin turned to the 2 stout knaves lying upon the ground. Quoth he,
These fellows spake somewhat about certain moneys they were taking to Lincoln. Methinks I may find it upon this stout blind fellow, who hath as keen sight as e'er a trained woodsman in Nottingham or Yorkshire. It were pity to let sound money stay in the pockets of such thieving knaves.
So saying, he stooped over the burly rascal, and searched among his rags and tatters, till presently his fingers felt a leathern pouch slung around his body beneath his patched and tattered coat. This he stripped away, and weighing it in his hands, bethought himself that it was mighty heavy.
It were a sweet thing,
said he to himself,
if this were filled with gold instead of copper pence.
Then, sitting down upon the grass, he opened the pocket and looked into it. There he found 4 round rolls wrapped up in dressed sheepskin. One of these rolls he opened. Then his mouth gaped, and his eyes stared, I wot, as though they would never close again. For what did he see but 50 pounds of bright golden money? He opened the other pockets, and found in each one the same, 50 bright, new-stamped golden pounds. Quoth Robin,
I have oft heard that the Beggars' Guild was over-rich, but never did I think that they sent such sums as this to their treasury. I shall take it with me, for it will be better used for charity and the good of my merry band than in the enriching of such knaves as these.
So saying, he rolled up the money in the sheepskin again, and putting it back in the purse, he thrust the pouch into his own bosom. Then, taking up the flask of Malmsey, He held it toward the two fellows lying on the grass, and quoth he,
Sweet friends, I drink your health, and thank you dearly for what ye have so kindly given me this day, and so I wish you good den.
Then, taking up his staff, he left the spot and went merrily on his way. But when the two stout beggars that had been rapped upon the head roused themselves and sat up, and when the others had gotten over their fright and come back, they were as sad and woebegone as 4 frogs in dry weather, for 2 of them had cracked crowns, their malmsey was all gone, and they had not so much as a farthing to cross their palms withal. But after Robin left the little dell, he strode along merrily, singing as he went, and so blithe was he, and such a stout beggar, and withal so fresh and clean, that every merry lass he met had a sweet word for him, and felt no fear, while the very dogs, that most times hate the sight of a beggar, snuffed at his legs in friendly wise, and wagged their tails pleasantly. For dogs know an honest man by his smell, and an honest man Robin was, in his own way. Thus he went along, till at last he had come to the wayside cross nigh Ullerton, and being somewhat tired, he sat him down to rest upon the grassy bank in front of it.
It groweth nigh time,
quoth he to himself,
that I were getting back again to Sherwood. Yet it would please me well to have one more merry adventure ere I go back again to see my jolly band.
So he looked up the road and down the road to see who might come, until at last he saw someone drawing near, riding upon a horse. When the traveller came nigh enough for him to see him well, Robin laughed, for a strange enough figure he cut. He was a thin, wizened man, and to look upon him you could not tell whether he was 30 years old or 60, so dried up was he, even to skin and bone. As for the nag, it was as thin as the rider, and both looked as though they had been baked in Mother Huddle's oven, where folk are dried up so that they live forever. But although Robin laughed at the droll sight, he knew the wayfarer to be a certain rich corn engrosser of Worksop, who more than once had bought all the grain in the countryside, and held it till it reached even famine prices, thus making much money from the needs of poor people. And for this he was hated far and near by everyone that knew aught of him. So after a while the corn engrosser came riding up to where Robin sat, whereupon merry Robin stepped straightway forth in all his rags and tatters, his bags and pouches dangling about him, and laid his hand upon the horse's bridle rein, calling upon the other to stop.
Who art thou, fellow, that doth dare to stop me thus upon the king's highway?
Said the lean man in a dry, sour voice.
Pity a poor beggar,
quoth Robin.
Give me but a farthing to buy me a piece of bread.
Now, out upon thee,
snarled the other.
Such sturdy rogues as thou art are better safe in the prisons or dancing upon nothing with a hempen collar about the neck than strolling the highways so freely.
Tut,
quoth Robin.
How thou talkest! Thou and I are brothers, man. Do we not both take from the poor people that which they can ill spare? Do we not make our livings by doing naught of any good? Do we not both live without touching palm to honest work? Have we either of us ever rubbed thumbs over honestly gained farthings? Go to! We are brothers, I say, only thou art rich, and I am poor. Wherefore, I prithee once more, give me a penny.
Dost thou prate so to me, sir?
Cried the corn engrosser in a rage.
Now I will have thee soundly whipped, if ever I catch thee in any town where the law can lay hold of thee. As for giving thee a penny, I swear to thee that I have not so much as a single groat in my purse. Were Robin Hood himself to take me, he might search me from crown to heel without finding the smallest piece of money upon me. I trust I am too sly to travel so nigh to Sherwood with money in my pouch, and that thief at large in the woods.
Then merry Robin looked up and down, as if to see that there was no one nigh, and then, coming close to the Corn Engrosser, he stood on tiptoe and spake in his ear.
Thinkest thou in sooth that I am a beggar, as I seem to be? Look upon me. There is not a grain of dirt upon my hands or my face or my body. Didst thou ever see a beggar so? I tell thee I am as honest a man as thou art. Look, friend.
Here he took the purse of money from his breast, and showed to the dazzled eyes of the Corn Engrosser the bright golden pieces.
Friend, these rags serve but to hide an honest rich man from the eyes of Robin Hood.
Put up thy money, lad,
cried the other quickly.
Art thou a fool to trust to beggars' rags to shield thee from Robin Hood? If he caught thee, he would strip thee to the skin, for he hates a lusty beggar, as he doth a fat priest, or those of my kind.
Is it indeed so?
Quoth Robin.
Had I known this, mayhap I had not come hereabouts in this garb. But I must go forward now, as much depends upon my journeying. Where goest thou, friend?
I go to Grantham,
said the Corn Engrosser.
But I shall lodge tonight at Newark, if I can get so far upon my way.
Why, I myself am on the way to Newark,
quoth merry Robin.
So that, as two honest men are better than one in roads beset by such a fellow as this Robin Hood, I will jog along with thee, if thou hast no dislike to my company.
Why, as thou art an honest fellow and a rich fellow,
said the Corn Engrosser,
I mind not thy company, but in sooth I have no great fondness for beggars.
Then forward,
quoth Robin.
For the day wanes, and it will be dark ere we reach Newark.
So off they went, the lean horse hobbling along as before, and Robin running beside, albeit he was so quaking with laughter within him that he could hardly stand. Yet he dared not laugh aloud, lest the Corn Engrosser should suspect something. So they travelled along till they reached a hill just on the outskirts of Sherwood. Here the lean man checked his lean horse into a walk, for the road was steep, and he wished to save his nag's strength, having far to go ere he reached Newark. Then he turned in his saddle and spake to Robin again, for the first time since they had left the cross.
Here is thy greatest danger, friend,
said he.
For here we are nighest to that vile thief Robin Hood, and the place where he dwells. Beyond this, we come again to the open, honest country, and so are more safe in our journeying.
Alas,
quoth Robin,
I would that I had as little money by me as thou hast, for this day I fear that Robin Hood will get every groat of my wealth.
Then the other looked at Robin and winked cunningly. Quoth he,
I tell thee, friend, that I have nigh as much by me as thou hast, but it is hidden so that never a knave in Sherwood could find it.
Thou dost surely jest,
quoth Robin.
How could one hide so much as 200 pounds upon his person?
Now, as thou art so honest a fellow, and, withal, so much younger than I am, I will tell thee that which I have told to no man in all the world before, and thus thou mayest learn never again to do such a foolish thing as to trust to beggar's garb to guard thee against Robin Hood. Seest thou these clogs upon my feet?
Yea,
quoth Robin, laughing.
Truly they are large enough for any man to see, even were his sight as foggy as that of Peter Patter, who never could see when it was time to go to work.
Peace, friend,
said the Corn Engrosser,
for this is no matter for jesting. The souls of these clogs are not what they seem to be, for each one is a sweet little box, and by twisting the second nail from the toe, the upper of the shoe and part of the sole lifts up like a lid, and in the spaces within are 80 bright golden pounds in each shoe, all wrapped in hair, to keep them from clinking, and so telling tales of themselves.
When the Corn Engrosser had told this, Robin broke into a roar of laughter, and, laying his hands upon the bridle rein, stopped the sad-looking nag.
"Stay, good friend,"
quoth he, between bursts of merriment.
"Thou art the slyest old fox that e'er I saw in all my life. In the soles of his shoon, quotha! If I ever trust a poor-seeming man again, shave my head and paint it blue. A corn factor, a horse-jockey, an estate agent, and a jackdaw for cunningness, say I."
And he laughed again till he shook in his shoes with mirth. All this time the Corn Engrosser had been staring at Robin, his mouth agape with wonder.
"Art thou mad?"
quoth he.
"To talk in this way, so loud, and in such a place? Let us forward, and save thy mirth till we are safe and sound at Newark."
"Nay,"
quoth Robin, the tears of merriment wet on his cheeks.
"On second thoughts I go no further than here, for I have good friends hereabouts. Thou mayest go forward if thou dost list, thou sweet pretty fellow, but thou must go forward barefoot, for I am afraid that thy shoon must be left behind. Off with them, friend, for I tell thee I have taken a great fancy to them."
At these words the corn factor grew pale as a linen napkin.
"Who art thou that talkest so?"
said he. Then merry Robin laughed again, and quoth he,
"Men hereabouts call me Robin Hood. So, sweet friend, thou hadst best do my bidding, and give me thy shoes. Wherefore hasten, I prithee, or else thou wilt not get to fair Newark town till after dark."
At the sound of the name of Robin Hood, the corn factor quaked with fear, so that he had to seize his horse by the mane to save himself from falling off its back. Then straightway, and without more words, he stripped off his clogs and let them fall upon the road. Robin, still holding the bridle rein, stooped and picked them up. Then he said,
"Sweet friend, I am used to ask those that I have dealings with to come and feast at Sherwood with me. I will not ask thee because of our pleasant journey together, for I tell thee there be those in Sherwood that would not be so gentle with thee as I have been. The name of Corn Engrosser leaves a nasty taste upon the tongue of all honest men. Take a fool's advice of me, and come no more so nigh to Sherwood, or mayhap some day thou mayest of a sudden find a cloth-yard shaft betwixt thy ribs. So, with this, I give thee good den."
Hereupon he clapped his hand to the horse's flank, and off went nag and rider. But the man's face was all bedewed with the sweat of fright, and never again, I wot, was he found so close to Sherwood Forest as he had been this day. Robin stood and looked after him, and when he was fairly gone, turned, laughing, and entered the forest, carrying the shoes in his hand. That night in sweet Sherwood, the red fires glowed brightly in wavering light on tree and bush, and all around sat or lay the stout fellows of the band to hear Robin Hood and Little John tell their adventures. All listened closely, and again the woods rang with shouts of laughter. When all was told, Friar Tuck spoke up.
"Good master,"
said he,
"thou hast had a pretty time, but still I hold to my saying that the life of the barefoot friar is the merrier of the two."
"Nay,"
quoth Will Stutely,
"I hold with our master that he hath had the pleasanter doings of the two, for he hath had 2 stout bouts at quarterstaff this day."
So some of the band held with Robin Hood, and some with Little John. As for me, I think, but I leave it with you to say for yourselves which ye hold with. End of chapter 18.
The Corn Engrosser, read by David Snyder.
The Blind Beggar, read by Douglas Allen.
The Deaf Beggar, read by Hox.
The Lame Beggar, read by Jenn Broda.
The Dumb Beggar, read by ShrimpPhish.
Chapter 19 of The Merry Adventures of Robin Hood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Merry Adventures of Robin Hood by Howard Pyle. Robin Hood shoots before Queen Eleanor. The high road stretched white and dusty in the hot summer afternoon sun, and the trees stood motionless along the roadside. All across the meadowlands the hot air danced and quivered, and in the limpid waters of the lowland brook, spanned by a little stone bridge, the fish hung motionless above the yellow gravel, and the dragonfly sat quite still, perched upon the sharp tip of a spike of the rushes, with its wings glistening in the sun. Along the road a youth came riding upon a fair milk-white barb, and the folk that he passed stopped and turned and looked after him, for never had so lovely a lad, or one so gaily clad, been seen in Nottingham before. He could not have been more than 16 years of age, and was as fair as any maiden. His long yellow hair flowed behind him as he rode along, all clad in silk and velvet, with jewels flashing and dagger jingling against the pommel of the saddle. Thus came the Queen's page, young Richard Partington, from famous London town, down into Nottinghamshire, upon Her Majesty's bidding, to seek Robin Hood in Sherwood Forest. The road was hot and dusty, and his journey had been long, for that day he had come all the way from Leicester town, a good 20 miles and more. Wherefore young Partington was right glad when he saw before him a sweet little inn, all shady and cool beneath the trees, in front of the door of which a sign hung pendant, bearing the picture of a Blue Boar. Here he drew rein, and called loudly for a pottle of Rhenish wine to be brought him, for stout country ale was too coarse a drink for this young gentleman. 5 lusty fellows sat upon the bench beneath the pleasant shade of the wide-spreading oak in front of the inn door, drinking ale and beer, and all stared amain at this fair and gallant lad. 2 of the stoutest of them were clothed in Lincoln green, and a great heavy oaken staff leaned against the gnarled oak tree trunk beside each fellow. The landlord came and brought a pottle of wine and a long narrow glass upon a salver, which he held up to the page as he sat upon his horse. Young Partington poured forth the bright yellow wine, and holding the glass aloft, cried,
"Here is to the health and long happiness of my royal mistress, the noble Queen Eleanor, and may my journey and her desirings soon have end, and I find a certain stout yeoman men call Robin Hood."
At these words all stared, but presently the 2 stout yeomen in Lincoln green began whispering together. Then one of the 2, whom Partington thought to be the tallest and stoutest fellow he had ever beheld, spoke up and said,
"What seekest thou of Robin Hood, Sir Page? And what does our good Queen Eleanor wish of him? I ask this of thee, not foolishly, but with reason, for I know somewhat of this stout yeoman."
"And thou knowest aught of him, good fellow,"
said young Partington.
"thou wilt do great service to him and great pleasure to our royal queen by aiding me to find him."
Then up spake the other yeoman, who was a handsome fellow with sunburned face and nut-brown curling hair.
"Thou hast an honest look, Sir Page, and our queen is kind and true to all stout yeomen. Methinks I and my friend here might safely guide thee to Robin Hood, for we know where he may be found. Yet I tell thee plainly, we would not for all merry England have aught of harm befall him."
"Set thy mind at ease, I bring naught of ill with me,"
quoth Richard Partington.
"I bring a kind message to him from our queen. Therefore and ye know where he is to be found, I pray you to guide me thither.
Then the two yeomen looked at one another again, and the tall man said,
Surely it were safe to do this thing, Will?
Whereat the other nodded. Thereupon both arose, and the tall yeoman said,
We think thou art true, Sir Page, and meanest no harm. Therefore we will guide thee to Robin Hood as thou dost wish.
Then Partington paid his score, and the yeoman coming forward, they all straightway departed upon their way. Under the greenwood tree, in the cool shade that spread all around upon the sward, with flickering lights here and there, Robin Hood and many of his band lay upon the soft green grass, while Allan a Dale sang and played upon his sweetly sounding harp. All listened in silence, for young Allan's singing was one of the greatest joys in all the world to them. But as they so listened, there came of a sudden the sound of a horse's feet, and presently Little John and Will Stutely came forth from the forest path into the open glade, young Richard Partington riding between them upon his milk-white horse. The three came toward where Robin Hood sat, all the band staring with might and main, for never had they seen so gay a sight as this young page, nor one so richly clad in silks and velvets and golden jewels. Then Robin arose and stepped forth to meet him, and Partington leaped from his horse, and doffing his cap of crimson velvet, met Robin as he came.
Now, welcome,
cried Robin.
Now, welcome, fair youth, and tell me, I prithee, what bringeth one of so fair a presence, and clad in such noble garb, to our poor forest of Sherwood?
Then young Partington said,
If I err not, thou art the famous Robin Hood, and these thy stout band of outlawed yeomen. To thee I bring greetings from our noble Queen Eleanor. Oft hath she heard thee spoken of, and thy merry doings hereabouts, and fain would she behold thy face. Therefore she bids me tell thee that if thou wilt presently come to London town, she will do all in her power to guard thee against harm, and will send thee back safe to Sherwood Forest again. 4 days hence, in Finsbury Fields, our good King Henry, of great renown, holdeth a grand shooting match, and all the most famous archers of merry England will be thereat. Our Queen would fain see thee strive with these, knowing that if thou wilt come, thou wilt, with little doubt, carry off the prize. Therefore she hath sent me with this greeting, and furthermore sends thee, as a sign of great good will, this golden ring from off her own fair thumb, which I give herewith into thy hands.
Then Robin Hood bowed his head, and taking the ring, kissed it right loyally, and then slipped it upon his little finger. Quoth he,
Sooner would I lose my life than this ring, and ere it departs from me, my hand shall be cold in death, or stricken off at the wrist. Fair Sir Page, I will do our Queen's bidding, and will presently hie with thee to London. But ere we go, I will feast thee here in the woodlands with the very best we have.
It may not be,
said the page.
We have no time to tarry, therefore get thyself ready straightway, and if there be any of thy band that thou wouldst take with thee, our Queen bids me say that she will make them right welcome likewise.
Truly, thou art right,
quoth Robin,
and we have but short time to stay. Therefore I will get me ready presently. I will choose 3 of my men only to go with me, and these 3 shall be Little John, mine own true right-hand man, Will Scarlet, my cousin, and Allan a Dale, my minstrel. Go, lads, and get ye ready straightway, and we will presently off with all speed that we may. Thou, Will Stutely, shall be the chief of the band while I am gone.
Then Little John and Will Scarlet and Allan a Dale ran leaping, full of joy, to make themselves ready, while Robin also prepared himself for the journey. After a while they all four came forth, and a right fair sight they made, for Robin was clad in blue from head to foot, and Little John and Will Scarlet in good Lincoln green. And as for Allan a Dale, he was dressed in scarlet from the crown of his head to the toes of his pointed shoes. Each man wore beneath his cap a little head covering of burnished steel, set with rivets of gold, and underneath his jerkin a coat of linked mail, as fine as carded wool, yet so tough that no arrow could pierce it. Then, seeing all were ready, young Partington mounted his horse again, and the yeomen, having shaken hands all around, the five departed upon their way. That night they took up their inn in Melton Mowbray, in Leicestershire, and the next night they lodged at Kettering, in Northamptonshire, and the next at Bedford Town, and the next at St. Albans, in Hertfordshire. This place they left not long after the middle of the night, and travelling fast through the tender dawning of the summer day, when the dews lay shining on the meadows, and faint mists hung in the dales, when the birds sang their sweetest, and the cobwebs beneath the hedges glimmered like fairy cloth of silver, they came at last to the towers and walls of famous London town, while the morn was still young and all golden toward the east. Queen Eleanor sat in her royal bower, through the open casements of which poured the sweet yellow sunshine in great floods of golden light. All about her stood her ladies-in-waiting, chatting in low voices, while she herself sat dreamily where the mild air came softly drifting into the room, laden with the fresh perfumes of the sweet red roses that bloomed in the great garden beneath the wall. To her came one who said that her page, Richard Partington, and 4 stout yeomen waited her pleasure in the court below. Then Queen Eleanor arose joyously, and bade them be straightway shown into her presence. Thus Robin Hood, and Little John, and Will Scarlet, and Allan a Dale came before the Queen into her own royal bower. Then Robin kneeled before the Queen with his hands folded upon his breast, saying in simple phrase,
Here am I, Robin Hood. Thou didst bid me come, and lo, I do thy bidding. I give myself to thee as thy true servant, and will do thy commanding, even if it be to the shedding of the last drop of my life's blood.
But good Queen Eleanor smiled pleasantly upon him, bidding him to arise. Then she made them all be seated to rest themselves after their long journey. Rich food was brought them, and noble wines, and she had her own pages to wait upon the wants of the yeomen. At last, after they had eaten all they could, she began questioning them of their merry adventures. Then they told her all of the lusty doings herein spoken of, and among others that concerning the Bishop of Hereford, and Sir Richard of the Lee, and how the bishop had abided 3 days in Sherwood forest. At this the Queen and her ladies about her laughed again and again, for they pictured to themselves the stout bishop abiding in the forest, and ranging the woods in lusty sport with Robin and his band. Then, when they had told all that they could bring to mind, the Queen asked Allan to sing to her, for his fame as a minstrel had reached even to the court at London town. So straightway Allan took up his harp in his hand, and without more asking, touched the strings lightly, till they all rang sweetly. Then he sang thus,
Gentle river, bright thy crystal waters flow, gliding where the aspens shiver, gliding where the lilies blow, singing over pebbled shallows, kissing blossoms bending low, breaking 'neath the dipping swallows, purpling where the breezes blow, floating on thy breast forever,
down thy current I could glide. Grief and pain should reach me never on thy bright and gentle tide. So my aching heart seeks thine love there, to find its rest and peace. For through loving bliss is mine love, and my many troubles cease.
Thus Allan sang, and as he sang, all eyes dwelled upon him, and not a sound broke the stillness, and even after he had done, the silence hung for a short space. So the time passed till the hour drew nigh for the holding of the great archery match in Finsbury Fields. A gay sight were famous Finsbury Fields on that bright and sunny morning of lusty summer-time. Along the end of the meadow stood the booths for the different bands of archers, for the king's yeomen were divided into companies of 80 men, and each company had a captain over it. So, on the bright greensward stood 10 booths of striped canvas, a booth for each band of the royal archers, and at the peak of each fluttered a flag in the mellow air, and the flag was the colour that belonged to the captain of each band. From the centre booth hung the yellow flag of Tipus, the famous bow-bearer of the king. Next to it, on one hand, was the blue flag of Gilbert of the White Hand, and on the other the blood-red pennant of stout young Clifton of Buckinghamshire. The 7 other archer captains were also men of great renown. Among them were Egbert of Kent and William of Southampton, but those first names were most famous of all. The noise of many voices in talk and laughter came from within the booths, and in and out ran the attendants, like ants about an ant-hill. Some bore ale and beer, and some bundles of bowstrings or sheaves of arrows. On each side of the archery range were rows upon rows of seats, reaching high aloft, and in the centre of the north side was a raised dais for the king and queen, shaded by canvas of gay colours, and hung about with streaming silken pennants of red and blue and green and white. As yet the king and queen had not come, but all the other benches were full of people, rising head upon head high aloft, till it made the eye dizzy to look upon them. 80 yards distant from the mark from which the archers were to shoot stood 10 fair targets, each target marked by a flag of the colour belonging to the band that was to shoot thereat. So all was ready for the coming of the king and queen. At last a great blast of bugles sounded, and into the meadow came riding 6 trumpeters with silver trumpets, from which hung velvet banners, heavy with the rich workings of silver and gold thread. Behind these came stout King Henry upon a dapple grey stallion, with his queen beside him upon a milk-white palfrey. On either side of them walked the yeomen of the guard, the bright sunlight flashing from the polished blades of the steel halberds they carried. Behind these came the court in a great crowd, so that presently all the lawn was alive with bright colours, with silk and velvet, with waving plumes and gleaming gold, with flashing jewels and sword hilts. A gallant sight on that bright summer day. Then all the people arose and shouted, so that their voices sounded like the storm upon the Cornish coast, when the dark waves run upon the shore and leap and break, surging amid the rocks. So, amid the roaring and the surging of the people, and the waving of scarfs and kerchiefs, the king and queen came to their place, and getting down from their horses, mounted the broad stairs that led to the raised platform, and there took their seats on 2 thrones bedecked with purple silks and cloths of silver and of gold. When all was quiet, a bugle sounded, and straightway the archers came marching in order from their tents. 40 they were in all, as stalwart a band of yeomen as could be found in all the wide world. So they came in orderly fashion, and stood in front of the dais where King Henry and his queen sat. King Henry looked up and down their ranks right proudly, for his heart warmed within him at the sight of such a gallant band of yeomen. Then he bade his herald, Sir Hugh de Mowbray, stand forth and proclaim the rules governing the game. So Sir Hugh stepped to the edge of the platform and spoke in a loud, clear voice, and thus he said, that each man should shoot 7 arrows at the target that belonged to his band, and of the 80 yeomen of each band, the 3 that shot the best should be chosen. These 3 should shoot 3 arrows apiece, and the one that shot the best should again be chosen. Then each of these should again shoot 3 arrows apiece, and the one that shot the best should have the first prize, the one that shot the next best should have the second, and the one that shot the next best should have the third prize. Each of the others should have 80 silver pennies for his shooting. The first prize was to be 20 golden pounds, a silver bugle horn inlaid with gold, and a quiver with 10 white arrows tipped with gold and feathered with the white swan's wing therein. The second prize was to be 50 of the fattest bucks that run on Dallin Lee, to be shot when the yeoman that won them chose. The third prize was to be 2 tons of good Rhenish wine. So Sir Hugh spoke, and when he had done, all the archers waved their bows aloft and shouted. Then each band turned and marched in order back to its place. And now the shooting began, the captains first taking stand and speeding their shafts, and then making room for the men who shot, each in turn after them. 280 shafts were shot in all, and so deftly were they sped that when the shooting was done, each target looked like the back of a hedgehog when the farm dog snuffs at it. A long time was taken in this shooting, and when it was over the judges came forward, looked carefully at the targets, and proclaimed in a loud voice which 3 had shot the best from the separate bands. Then a great hubbub of voices arose, each man among the crowd that looked on calling for his favourite archer. Then 10 fresh targets were brought forward, and every sound was hushed as the archers took their places once more. This time the shooting was more speedily done, for only 9 shafts were shot by each band. Not an arrow missed the targets, but in that of Gilbert of the White Hand, 5 arrows were in the small white spot that marked the centre. Of these 5, 3 were sped by Gilbert. Then the judges came forward again, and looking at the targets, called aloud the names of the archer chosen as the best bowman of each band. Of these Gilbert of the White Hand led, for 6 of the 10 arrows he had shot had lodged in the centre. But stout Tepus and young Clifton trod close upon his heels. Yet the others stood a fair chance for the second or third place. And now, amid the roaring of the crowd, those 10 stout fellows that were left went back to their tents to rest for a while and change their bowstrings, for naught must fail at this next round, and no hand must tremble or eye grow dim because of weariness. Then, while the deep buzz and hum of talking sounded all around, like the noise of the wind in the leafy forest, Queen Eleanor turned to the king, and quoth she,
Thinkest thou that these yeomen, so chosen, are the very best archers in all merry England?
Yea, truly,
said the king, smiling, for he was well pleased with the sport that he had seen.
And I tell thee that not only are they the best archers in all merry England, but in all the wide world beside.
But what wouldst thou say,
quoth Queen Eleanor,
if I were to find 3 archers to match the best 3 yeomen of all thy guard?
I would say thou hast done what I could not do,
said the king, laughing.
For I tell thee there lives not in all the world 3 archers to match Tepus and Gilbert and Clifton of Buckinghamshire.
Now,
said the queen,
I know of 3 yeomen, and in truth I have seen them not long since, that I would not fear to match against any 3 that thou canst choose from among all thy 40 archers, and moreover I will match them here this very day. But I will only match them with thy archers, providing that thou wilt grant a free pardon to all that may come in my behalf.
At this the king laughed loud and long.
Truly,
said he,
thou art taken up with strange manners for a queen. If thou wilt bring those 3 fellows that thou speakest of, I will promise faithfully to give them free pardon for 40 days, to come or to go wheresoever they please, nor will I harm a hair of their heads in all that time. Moreover, if these that thou bringest shoot better than my yeomen, man for man, they shall have the prizes for themselves according to their shooting. But as thou hast so taken up of a sudden with sports of this kind, hast thou a mind for a wager?
Why, in sooth,
said Queen Eleanor, laughing,
I know not of such matters. But if thou hast a mind to do somewhat in that way, I will strive to pleasure thee. What wilt thou wager upon thy men?
Then the merry king laughed again, for he dearly loved goodly jest. So he said, amidst his laughter,
I will wager thee 10 tuns of Rhenish wine, 10 tuns of the stoutest ale, and 10 score bows of tempered Spanish yew, with quivers and arrows to match.
All that stood around smiled at this, for it seemed a merry wager for a king to give to a queen. But Queen Eleanor bowed her head quietly.
I will take thy wager,
said she,
for I know right well where to place those things that thou hast spoken of. Now who will be on my side in this matter?
And she looked around upon them that stood about, but no one spake or cared to wager upon the queen's side against such archers as Tippus and Gilbert and Clifton. Then the queen spoke again.
Now who will back me in this wager? Wilt thou, my Lord Bishop of Hereford?
Yea,
quoth the bishop hastily.
It befits one of my cloth to deal in such matters. Moreover, there are no such archers as his majesty's in all the world. Therefore I would but lose my money.
Methinks the thought of thy gold weigheth more heavily with thee than the wrong to thy cloth,
said the queen, smiling. And at this a ripple of laughter went around, for everyone knew how fond the bishop was of his money. Then the queen turned to a knight who stood near, whose name was Sir Robert Lee.
Wilt thou back me in this manner?
said she.
Thou art surely rich enough to risk so much for the sake of a lady.
To pleasure my queen, I will do it,
said Sir Robert Lee.
But for the sake of no other in all the world would I wager a groat, for no man can stand against Tippus and Gilbert and Clifton.
Then turning to the king, Queen Eleanor said,
I want no such aid as Sir Robert giveth me, but against thy wine and beer and stout bows of yew I wager this girdle, all set with jewels from around my waist, and surely that is worth more than thine.
Now I take thy wager,
quoth the king.
Send for thy archers straightway. Here come forth the others. Let them shoot, and then I will match those that win against all the world.
So be it,
said the queen. Thereupon, beckoning to young Richard Partington, she whispered something in his ear, and straightway the page bowed and left the place, crossing the meadow to the other side of the range, where he was presently lost in the crowd. At this, all that stood around whispered to one another, wondering what it all meant, and what 3 men the queen was about to set against those famous archers of the king's guard. And now the 10 archers of the king's guard took their stand again, and all the great crowd was hushed to the stillness of death. Slowly and carefully each man shot his shafts, and so deep was the silence that you could hear every arrow rap against the target as it struck it. Then, when the last shaft had sped, a great roar went up, and the shooting, I wot, was well worthy of the sound. Once again Gilbert had lodged 3 arrows in the white. Tippus came second with 2 in the white and 1 in the black ring next to it. But stout Clifton had gone down, and Hubert of Suffolk had taken the third place, for, while both those two good yeomen had lodged 2 in the white, Clifton had lost 1 shot upon the 4th ring, and Hubert came in with 1 in the 3rd. All the archers around Gilbert's booth shouted for joy till their throats were hoarse, tossing their caps aloft and shaking hands with one another. In the midst of all the noise and hubbub, 5 men came walking across the lawn toward the king's pavilion. The first was Richard Partington, and was known to most folk there, but the others were strange to everybody. Beside young Partington walked a yeoman clad in blue, and behind came 2 others, 2 in Lincoln green and 1 in scarlet. This last yeoman carried 3 stout bows of yew tree, 2 fancifully inlaid with silver, and 1 with gold. While these 5 men came walking across the meadow, a messenger came running from the king's booth, and summoned Gilbert and Tepus and Hubert to go with him. And now the shouting quickly ceased, for all saw that something unwonted was toward, so the folk stood up in their places and leaned forward to see what was the ado. When Partington and the others came before the spot where the king and queen sat, the 4 yeomen bent their knees and doffed their caps unto her. King Henry leaned far forward and stared at them closely, but the Bishop of Hereford, when he saw their faces, started as though stung by a wasp. He opened his mouth as though about to speak, but looking up, he saw the queen gazing at him with a smile upon her lips, so he said nothing, but bit his nether lip, while his face was as red as a cherry. Then the queen leaned forward and spake in a clear voice.
"Locksley,"
said she,
"I have made a wager with the king that thou and 2 of thy men can outshoot any 3 that he can send against you. Wilt thou do thy best for my sake?"
"Yea,"
quoth Robin Hood, to whom she spake,
"I will do my best for thy sake, and if I fail, I make my vow never to finger bowstring more."
Now, although Little John had been somewhat abashed in the queen's bower, he felt himself the sturdy fellow he was when the soles of his feet pressed green grass again. So he said boldly,
"Now, blessings on thy sweet face, say I, and there lived a man that would not do his best for thee. I will say not, only I would like to have the cracking of his knave's pate."
"Peace, Little John,"
said Robin Hood hastily in a low voice. But good Queen Eleanor laughed aloud, and a ripple of merriment sounded all over the booth. The Bishop of Hereford did not laugh, neither did the king, but he turned to the queen, and quoth he,
"Who are these men that thou hast brought before us?"
Then up spoke the bishop hastily, for he could hold his peace no longer.
"Your Majesty,"
quoth he,
"yon fellow in blue is a certain outlawed thief of the mid-country, named Robin Hood. Yon tall strapping villain goeth by the name of Little John. The other fellow in green is a certain backsliding gentleman known as Will Scarlet. The man in red is a rogue of a northern minstrel named Alan a Dale."
At this speech the king's brows drew together blackly, and he turned to the queen.
"Is this true?"
said he sternly.
"Yea,"
said the queen, smiling.
"The bishop hath told the truth, and truly he should know them well, for he and 2 of his friars spent 3 days in merry sport with Robin Hood in Sherwood forest. I did little think that the good bishop would so betray his friends, but bear in mind that thou hast pledged thy promise for the safety of these good yeomen for 40 days.
"I will keep my promise,"
said the king, in a deep voice that showed the anger in his heart.
"But when these 40 days are gone, let this outlaw look to himself, for mayhap things will not go smoothly with him as he would like."
Then he turned to his archers who stood near the Sherwood yeomen, listening and wondering at all that passed. Quoth he,
"Gilbert, and thou Tepus, and thou Hubert, I pledge myself that ye shall shoot against these 3 fellows. If ye outshoot the knaves, I will fill your caps with silver pennies. If ye fail, ye shall lose your prizes that ye have won so fairly, and they go to them that shoot against you man to man. Do your best, lads, and if ye win this bout, ye shall be glad of it to the last days of your life. Go now, and get you gone to the butts.
Then the 3 archers of the king turned and went back to their booths, and Robin and his men went to their places at the mark from which they were to shoot. Then they strung their bows and made themselves ready, looking over their quivers of arrows, and picking out the roundest and the best feathered. But when the king's archers went to their tents, they told their friends all that had passed, and how that these 4 men were the famous Robin Hood and 3 of his band, to wit, Little John, Will Scarlet, and Allan a Dale. The news of this buzzed around among the archers in the booths, for there was not a man there that had not heard of these great mid-country yeomen. From the archers the news was taken up by the crowd that looked on at the shooting, so that at last everybody stood up, craning their necks to catch sight of the famous outlaws. 6 fresh targets were now set up, 1 for each man that was to shoot, whereupon Gilbert and Tippus and Hubert came straightway forth from their booths. Then Robin Hood and Gilbert of the White Hand tossed a farthing aloft to see who should lead in the shooting, and the lot fell to Gilbert's side. Thereupon he called upon Hubert of Suffolk to lead. Hubert took his place, planted his foot firmly, and fitted a fair smooth arrow. Then, breathing upon his fingertips, he drew the string slowly and carefully. The arrow sped true and lodged in the white. Again he shot, and again he hit the clout. A 3rd shaft he sped, but this time failed of the centre, and but struck the black, yet not more than a finger's breadth from the white. At this a shout went up, for it was the best shooting that Hubert had yet done that day. Merry Robin laughed, and quoth he,
Thou wilt have an ill time battering that round, Will, for it is thy turn next. Brace thy thews, lad, and bring not shame upon Sherwood.
Then Will Scarlet took his place, but because of over-caution he spoiled his target with the very first arrow that he sped, for he hit the next ring to the black, the second from the centre. At this Robin bit his lips.
Lad, lad,
quoth he,
hold not the string so long. Have I not often told thee what Gaffer Swanthold saith, that over-caution spilleth the milk?
To this Will Scarlet took heed, so the next arrow he shot lodged fairly in the centre ring. Again he shot, and again he smote the centre. But for all that, stout Hubert had outshot him, and showed the better target. Then all those that looked on clapped their hands for joy, because that Hubert had overcome the stranger. Quoth the king grimly to the queen,
If thy archers shoot no better than that, thou art like to lose thy wager, lady.
But Queen Eleanor smiled, for she looked for better things from Robin Hood and Little John. And now Tippus took his place to shoot. He also took overheed to what he was about, and so he fell into Will Scarlet's error. The first arrow he struck into the centre ring, but the second missed its mark, and smote the black. The last arrow was tipped with luck, for it smote the very centre of the clout, upon the black spot that marked it. Quoth Robin Hood,
That is the sweetest shot that hath been sped this day. But nevertheless, friend Tippus, thy cake is burned, methinks. Little John, it is thy turn next.
So Little John took his place as bidden, and shot his 3 arrows quickly. He never lowered his bow arm in all the shooting, but fitted each shaft with his longbow raised. Yet all 3 of his arrows smote the centre within easy distance of the black. At this no sound of shouting was heard, for, although it was the best shooting that had been done that day, the folk of London town did not like to see the stout Tippus overcome by a fellow from the countryside, even were he as famous as Little John. And now stout Gilbert of the White Hand took his place, and shot with the greatest care. And again, for the 3rd time in one day, he struck all 3 shafts into the clout.
Well done, Gilbert,
quoth Robin Hood, smiting him upon the shoulder.
I make my vow, thou art one of the best archers that ever mine eyes beheld. Thou shouldst be a free and merry ranger like us, lad, for thou art better fitted for the greenwood than for the cobblestones and grey walls of London town.
So saying, he took his place, and drew a fair round arrow from his quiver, which he turned over and over ere he fitted it to his bowstring. Then the king muttered in his beard,
Now, blessed Saint Hubert, if thou wilt but jog that rogue's elbow so as to make him smite even the second ring, I will give 8 score waxen candles, 3 fingers' breadth in thickness to thy chapel nigh Matching.
But it may be St. Hubert's ears were stuffed with tow, for he seemed not to hear the king's prayer this day. Having gotten 3 shafts to his liking, merry Robin looked carefully to his bowstring ere he shot.
Yea,
quoth he to Gilbert, who stood nigh him to watch his shooting.
Thou shouldst pay us a visit at merry Sherwood.
Here he drew the bowstring to his ear.
In London?
Here he loosed his shaft.
Thou canst find naught to shoot at but rooks and daws. There one can tickle the ribs of the noblest stags in England.
So he shot even while he talked, yet the shaft lodged not more than half an inch from the very centre.
By my soul,
cried Gilbert,
art thou the devil in blue, to shoot in that wise?
Nay,
quoth Robin, laughing.
Not quite so ill as that, I trust.
And he took up another shaft and fitted it to the string. Again he shot, and again he smote his arrow close beside the centre. A third time he loosed his bowstring, and dropped his arrow just betwixt the other 2 and into the very centre, so that the feathers of all 3 were ruffled together, seeming from a distance to be one thick shaft. And now a low murmur ran all among that great crowd, for never before had London seen such shooting as this, and never again would it see it after Robin Hood's day had gone. All saw that the king's archers were fairly beaten, and stout Gilbert clapped his palm to Robin's, owning that he could never hope to draw such a bowstring as Robin Hood or Little John. But the king, full of wrath, would not have it so, though he knew in his mind that his men could not stand against those fellows.
Nay,
cried he, clenching his hands upon the arms of his seat.
Gilbert is not yet beaten. Did he not strike the clout thrice? Although I have lost my wager, he have not yet lost a first prize. They shall shoot again, and still again, till either he or that knave Robin Hood cometh off the best. Go thou, Sir Hugh, and bid them shoot another round, and another, until one or the other is overcome.
Then Sir Hugh, seeing how wroth the king was, said never a word, but went straightway to do his bidding. So he came to where Robin Hood and the others stood, and told them what the king had said.
With all my heart,
quoth merry Robin,
I will shoot from this time till tomorrow day, if it can pleasure my most gracious lord and king. Take thy place, Gilbert lad, and shoot.
So Gilbert took his place once more, but this time he failed, for a sudden little wind arising, his shaft missed the centre ring, but by not more than the breadth of a barley straw.
Thy eggs are cracked, Gilbert,
quoth Robin, laughing, and straightway he loosed a shaft, and once more smote the white circle of the centre. Then the king arose from his place, and not a word said he, but he looked around with a baleful look, and it would have been an ill day for any one that he saw with a joyous or a merry look upon his face. Then he and his queen and all the court left the place, but the king's heart was brimming full of wrath. After the king had gone, all the yeomen of the archer guard came crowding around Robin, and Little John, and Will, and Allen, to snatch a look at these famous fellows from the mid-country. And with them came many that had been onlookers at the sport for the same purpose. Thus it happened presently that the yeomen, to whom Gilbert stood talking, were all surrounded by a crowd of people that formed a ring about them. After a while, the 3 judges that had the giving away of the prizes came forward, and the chief of them all spake to Robin, and said,
According to agreement,
the first prize belongeth rightly to thee. So here I give thee the silver bugle, here the quiver of 10 golden arrows, and here a purse of 20 golden pounds.
And as he spake, he handed those things to Robin, and then turned to Little John.
To thee,
he said,
belongeth the second prize, to wit, 50 of the finest harts that run on Dallin Lea. Thou mayest shoot them whensoever thou dost list.
Last of all, he turned to stout Hubert.
Thou,
said he,
hast held thine own against the yeomen with whom thou didst shoot, and so thou hast kept the prize duly thine, to wit, 2 tons of good Rhenish wine. These shall be delivered to thee whensoever thou dost list.
Then he called upon the other 7 of the king's archers who had last shot, and gave each 80 silver pennies. Then up spake Robin, and quoth he,
This silver bugle I keep in honour of the shooting match. But thou, Gilbert, art the best archer of all of the king's guard, and to thee I freely give this purse of gold. Take it, man, and would it were 10 times as much, for thou art a right yeoman, good and true. Furthermore, to each of the 10 that last shot, I give 1 of these golden shafts apiece. Keep them always by you, so that ye may tell your grandchildren, and ye are ever blessed with them, that ye are the very stoutest yeomen in all the wide world.
At this all shouted aloud, for it pleased them to hear Robin speak so of them. Then up spake Little John.
Good friend Tepus,
said he,
I want not those hearts of Dallin Lea that yon stout judge spoke of but now, for in truth we have enow and more than enow in our own country. 20 I give to thee for thine own shooting, and 5 I give to each band for their pleasure.
At this another great shout went up, and many tossed their caps aloft, and swore among themselves that no better fellows ever walked the sod than Robin Hood and his stout yeomen. While they so shouted with loud voices, a tall burly yeoman of the king's guard came forward and plucked Robin by the sleeve.
Good master,
quoth he,
I have somewhat to tell thee in thine ear. A silly thing, God wot, for one stout yeoman to tell another, but a young peacock of a page, one Richard Partington, was seeking thee without avail in the crowd, and, not being able to find thee, told me that he bore a message to thee from a certain lady that thou wottest of. This message he bade me tell thee privily, word for word, and thus it was. Let me see, I trust I have forgot it not. Yea, thus it was. The lion growls, beware thy head.
Is it so?
quoth Robin, starting, for he knew right well that it was the queen sent the message, and that she spake of the king's wrath.
Now, I thank thee, good fellow, for thou hast done me greater service than thou knowest of this day.
Then he called his 3 yeomen together, and told them privately that they had best be jogging, as it was like to be ill for them, so nigh merry London town. So without tarrying longer, they made their way through the crowd until they had come out from the press. Then, without stopping, they left London town and started away northward. End of chapter 19.
Queen Eleanor, read by ShrimpPhish.
Richard Partington, read by Gerald Moe.
Sir Robert Lee, read by David Snyder.
Gilbert, read by Jen Noel.
Chapter 20 of The Merry Adventures of Robin Hood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Merry Adventures of Robin Hood by Howard Pyle. The chase of Robin Hood. So Robin Hood and the others left the archery range at Finsbury Fields, and tarrying not, set forth straightway upon their homeward journey. It was well for them that they did so, for they had not gone more than 3 or 4 miles upon their way, when 6 of the yeomen of the King's Guard came bustling among the crowd that still lingered, seeking for Robin and his men, to seize upon them and make them prisoners. Truly, it was an ill-done thing in the king to break his promise, but it all came about through the Bishop of Hereford's doing, for thus it happened. After the king left the archery ground, he went straightway to his cabinet, and with him went the Bishop of Hereford and Sir Robert Lee. But the king said never a word to these two, but sat gnawing his nether lip, for his heart was galled within him by what had happened. At last the Bishop of Hereford spoke in a low, sorrowful voice.
"It is a sad thing, your majesty, that this knavish outlaw should be let to escape in this wise. For let him but get back to Sherwood Forest safe and sound, and he may snap his fingers at king and king's men."
At these words the king raised his eyes and looked grimly upon the bishop.
"Sayest thou so?"
quoth he.
"Now I will show thee in good time how much thou dost err, for when the 40 days are past and gone, I will seize upon this thieving outlaw, if I have to tear down all of Sherwood to find him. Thinkest thou that the laws of the King of England are to be so evaded by one poor knave without friends or money?"
Then the bishop spoke again, in his soft, smooth voice.
"Forgive my boldness, your majesty, and believe that I have naught but the good of England and your majesty's desirings at heart. But what would it boot, though my gracious lord did root up every tree of Sherwood? Are there not other places for Robin Hood's hiding? Cannock Chase is not far from Sherwood, and the great forest of Arden is not far from Cannock Chase. Besides, there are many other woodlands in Nottingham and Derby, Lincoln and York, amid any of which your majesty might as well think to seize upon Robin Hood as to lay finger upon a rat among the dust and broken things of a garret. Nay, my gracious lord, if he doth once plant foot in the woodland, he is lost to the law for ever."
At these words the king tapped his fingertips upon the table beside him with vexation.
"What wouldst thou have me do, bishop?"
quoth he.
"Did thou not hear me pledge my word to the queen? Thy talk is as barren as the wind from the bellows upon dead coals."
"Far be it from me,"
said the cunning bishop,
"to point the way to one so clear-sighted as your majesty. But were I the King of England, I should look upon the matter in this wise. I have promised my queen, let us say, that for 40 days the cunningest rogue in all England shall have freedom to come and go. But lo, I find this outlaw in my grasp. Shall I, then, foolishly cling to a promise so hastily given? Suppose that I had promised to do her majesty's bidding, whereupon she bade me to slay myself. Should I then shut mine eyes and run blindly upon my sword? Thus would I argue within myself. Moreover, I would say unto myself, a woman knoweth naught of the great things appertaining to state government. But likewise, I know a woman is ever prone to take up a fancy, even as she would pluck a daisy from the roadside and then throw it away when the savour is gone. Therefore, though she hath taken a fancy to this outlaw, it will soon wane away and be forgotten. As for me, I have the greatest villain in all England in my grasp. Shall I then open my hand and let him slip betwixt my fingers? Thus, your majesty, would I say to myself, were I the King of England."
So the bishop talked, and the king lent his ear to his evil counsel, until, after a while, he turned to Sir Robert Lee and bade him send 6 of the yeomen of the guard to take Robin Hood and his 3 men prisoners. Now Sir Robert Lee was a gentle and noble knight, and he felt grieved to the heart to see the king so break his promise. Nevertheless, he said nothing, for he saw how bitterly the king was set against Robin Hood. But he did not send the yeoman of the guard at once, but went first to the queen, and told her all that had passed, and bade her send word to Robin of his danger. This he did, not for the well-being of Robin Hood, but because he would save his lord's honour if he could. Thus it came about that when, after a while, the yeomen of the guard went to the archery field, they found not Robin and the others, and so got no cakes at that fair. The afternoon was already well nigh gone when Robin Hood, Little John, Will, and Allen set forth upon their homeward way, trudging along merrily through the yellow slanting light, which speedily changed to rosy red as the sun sank low in the heavens. The shadows grew long, and finally merged into the greyness of the mellow twilight. The dusty highway lay all white betwixt the dark hedgerows, and along it walked four fellows like four shadows, the pat of their feet sounding loud, and their voices as they talked, ringing clear upon the silence of the air. The great round moon was floating breathlessly up in the eastern sky when they saw before them the twinkling lights of Barnet town, some 10 or 12 miles from London. Down they walked through the stony streets and past the cosy houses with overhanging gables, before the doors of which sat the burghers and craftsmen in the mellow moonlight with their families about them, and so came at last, on the other side of the hamlet, to a little inn, all shaded with roses and woodbines. Before this inn Robin Hood stopped, for the spot pleased him well. Quoth he,
"Here we will take up our inn and rest for the night, for we are well away from London town and our king's wrath. Moreover, if I mistake not, we will find sweet faring within. What say ye, lads?"
"In sooth, good master,"
quoth Little John,
"thy bidding and my doing ever fit together like cakes and ale. Let us in, I say also."
Then up spake Will Scarlet.
"I am ever ready to do what thou sayest, uncle, yet I could wish that we were farther upon our way ere we rest for the night. Nevertheless, if thou thinkest best, let us in for the night, say I also."
So in they went and called for the best that the place afforded. Then a right good feast was set before them, with 2 stout bottles of old sack to wash it down withal. These things were served by as plump and buxom a lass as you could find in all the land, so that Little John, who always had an eye for a fair lass, even when meat and drink were by, stuck his arms akimbo and fixed his eyes upon her, winking sweetly whenever he saw her looking toward him. Then you should have seen how the lass twittered with laughter, and how she looked at Little John out of the corners of her eyes, a dimple coming in either cheek, for the fellow had always a taking way with the women folk. So the feast passed merrily, and never had that inn seen such lusty feeders as these 4 stout fellows. But at last they were done their eating, though it seemed as though they would never have ended, and sat loitering over the sack. As they so sat, the landlord came in of a sudden, and said that there was one at the door, a certain young esquire, Richard Partington, of the Queen's household, who wished to see the lad in blue, and speak with him without loss of time. So Robin arose quickly, and bidding the landlord not to follow him, left the others gazing at one another, and wondering what was about to happen. When Robin came out of the inn, he found young Richard Partington sitting upon his horse in the white moonlight, awaiting his coming.
"What news bearest thou, Sir Page?"
said Robin.
"I trust that it is not of an ill nature."
"Why,"
said young Partington,
"for the matter of that, it is ill enow. The king hath been bitterly stirred up against thee by that vile Bishop of Hereford. He sent to arrest thee at the archery butts at Finsbury Fields, but not finding thee there, he hath gathered together his armed men, 50 score and more, and is sending them in haste along this very road to Sherwood, either to take thee on the way, or to prevent thy getting back to the woodlands again. He hath given the Bishop of Hereford command over all these men, and thou knowest what thou hast to expect of the Bishop of Hereford, short shrift and a long rope. 2 bands of horsemen are already upon the road, not far behind me, so thou hadst best get thee gone from this place straightway, for if thou tarriest longer, thou art like to sleep this night in a cold dungeon. This word the Queen hath bidden me bring to thee.
Now, Richard Partington,
quoth Robin,
this is the 2nd time that thou hast saved my life, and if the proper time ever cometh, I will show thee that Robin Hood never forgets these things. As for that Bishop of Hereford, if I ever catch him nigh to Sherwood again, things will be like to go ill with him. Thou mayest tell the good Queen that I will leave this place without delay, and will let the landlord think that we are going to St. Albans. But when we are upon the high road again, I will go one way through the country, and will send my men the other, so that if one falleth into the king's hands, the others may haply escape. We will go by devious ways, and so, I hope, reach Sherwood in safety. Now, Sir Page, I wish thee farewell.
Farewell, thou bold yeoman,
said young Partington,
and mayest thou reach thy hiding in safety.
So each shook the other's hand, and the lad, turning his horse's head, rode back toward London, while Robin entered the inn once more. There he found his yeoman sitting in silence, waiting his coming. Likewise the landlord was there, for he was curious to know what Master Partington had to do with the fellow in blue.
Up, my merry men,
quoth Robin.
This is no place for us, for those are after us with whom we will stand but an ill chance an we fall into their hands. So we will go forward once more, nor will we stop this night till we reach St. Albans.
Hereupon, taking out his purse, he paid the landlord his score, and so they left the inn. When they had come to the high road, without the town, Robin stopped and told them all that had passed between young Partington and himself, and how that the king's men were after them with hot heels. Then he told them that here they should part company, they 3 going to the eastward, and he to the westward, and so, skirting the main high roads, would come by devious paths to Sherwood.
So, be ye wily,
said Robin Hood,
and keep well away from the northward roads till ye have gotten well to the eastward. And thou, Will Scarlet, take the lead of the others, for thou hast a cunning turn to thy wits.
Then Robin kissed the 3 upon the cheeks, and they kissed him, and so they parted company. Not long after this, a score or more of the king's men came clattering up to the door of the inn at Barnet town. Here they leaped from their horses and quickly surrounded the place, the leader of the band and 4 others entering the room where the yeoman had been. But they found that their birds had flown again, and that the king had been balked a 2nd time.
Methought that they were naughty fellows,
said the host, when he heard whom the men-at-arms sought.
But I heard that blue-clad knave say that they would go straight forward to St. Albans. So, when ye hurry forward, ye may perchance catch them on the high road betwixt here and there.
For this news the leader of the band thanked mine host right heartily, and calling his men together, mounted and set forth again, galloping forward to St. Albans upon a wild goose chase. After Little John and Will Scarlet and Allan a Dale had left the highway near Garnet, they travelled toward the eastward without stopping, as long as their legs could carry them, until they came to Chelmsford in Essex. Thence they turned northward, and came through Cambridge and Lincolnshire to the good town of Gainsborough. Then, striking to the westward and the south, they came at last to the northern borders of Sherwood Forest, without in all that time having met so much as a single band of the king's men. 8 days they journeyed thus, ere they reached the woodlands in safety. But when they got to the greenwood glade, they found that Robin had not yet returned. for Robin was not as lucky in getting back as his men had been, as you shall presently hear. After having left the great northern road, he turned his face to the westward, and so came past Aylesbury to fair Woodstock in Oxfordshire. Thence he turned his footsteps northward, travelling for a great distance by way of Warwick town, till he came to Dudley in Staffordshire. 7 days it took him to journey thus far, and then he thought he had gotten far enough to the north. So, turning toward the eastward, shunning the main roads, and choosing byways and grassy lanes, he went by way of Lichfield and Ashby de la Zouche toward Sherwood, until he came to a place called Stanton. And now Robin's heart began to laugh aloud, for he thought that his danger had gone by, and that his nostrils would soon snuff the spicy air of the woodlands once again. But there is many a slip betwixt the cup and the lip, and this Robin was to find. For thus it was. When the king's men found themselves foiled at St. Albans, and that Robin and his men were not to be found high nor low, they knew not what to do. Presently another band of horsemen came, and another, until all the moonlit streets were full of armed men. Betwixt midnight and dawn another band came to the town, and with them came the Bishop of Hereford. When he heard that Robin Hood had once more slipped out of the trap, he stayed not a minute, but gathering his bands together, he pushed forward to the northward with speed, leaving orders for all the troops that came to St. Albans to follow after him without tarrying. On the evening of the 4th day he reached Nottingham town, and there straightway divided his men into bands of 6 or 7, and sent them all through the countryside, blocking every highway and byway to the eastward and the southward and the westward of Sherwood. The Sheriff of Nottingham called forth all his men likewise, and joined with the bishop, for he saw that this was the best chance that had ever befallen of paying back his score in full to Robin Hood. Will Scarlet and Little John and Allan a Dale had just missed the king's men to the eastward, for the very next day after they had passed the line and entered Sherwood, the roads through which they had travelled were blocked, so that, had they tarried in their journeying, they would surely have fallen into the bishop's hands. But of all this Robin knew not a whit, so he whistled merrily as he trudged along the road beyond Stanton, with his heart as free from care as the yolk of an egg is from cobwebs. At last he came to where a little stream spread across the road in a shallow sheet, tinkling and sparkling as it fretted over its bed of golden gravel. Here Robin stopped, being athirst, and kneeling down he made a cup of the palms of his hands and began to drink. On either side of the road, for a long distance, stood tangled thickets of bushes and young trees, and it pleased Robin's heart to hear the little birds singing therein, for it made him think of Sherwood, and it seemed as though it had been a lifetime since he had breathed the air of the woodlands. But of a sudden, as he thus stooped, drinking, something hissed past his ear, and struck with a splash into the gravel and water beside him. Quick as a wink, Robin sprang to his feet, and at one bound crossed the stream and the roadside, and plunged headlong into the thicket without looking around. For he knew right well that that which had hissed so venomously beside his ear was a grey goose shaft, and that to tarry so much as a moment meant death. Even as he leaped into the thicket, 6 more arrows rattled among the branches after him, one of which pierced his doublet, and would have struck deeply into his side but for the tough coat of steel that he wore. Then up the road came riding some of the king's men at headlong speed. They leaped from their horses and plunged straightway into the thicket after Robin. But Robin knew the ground better than they did, so crawling here, stooping there, and anon running across some little open, he soon left them far behind, coming out at last upon another road about 800 paces distant from the one he had left. Here he stood for a moment, listening to the distant shouts of the 7 men as they beat up and down in the thickets like hounds that had lost the scent of the quarry. Then, buckling his belt more tightly around his waist, he ran fleetly down the road toward the eastward and Sherwood. But Robin had not gone more than 3 furlongs in that direction when he came suddenly to the brow of a hill, and saw beneath him another band of the king's men seated in the shade along the roadside in the valley beneath. Then he paused not a moment, but, seeing that they had not caught sight of him, he turned and ran back whence he had come, knowing that it was better to run the chance of escaping those fellows that were yet in the thickets than to rush into the arms of those in the valley. So back he ran with all speed, and had gotten safely past the thickets when the 7 men came forth into the open road. They raised a great shout when they saw him, such as the hunter gives when the deer breaks cover. But Robin was then 1/4 of a mile and more away from them, coursing over the ground like a greyhound. He never slackened his pace, but ran along, mile after mile, till he had come nigh to Mackworth, over beyond the Derwent River, nigh to Derby town. Here, seeing that he was out of present danger, he slackened in his running, and at last sat him down beneath a hedge, where the grass was the longest and the shade the coolest, there to rest and catch his wind.
"By my soul, Robin,"
quoth he to himself,
"that was the narrowest mist that e'er thou hadst in all thy life. I do say most solemnly that the feather of that wicked shaft tickled mine ear as it whizzed past. This same running hath given me a most craving appetite for victuals and drink. Now I pray St. Dunstan that he send me speedily some meat and beer."
It seemed as though St. Dunstan was like to answer his prayer, for along the road came plodding a certain cobbler, one Quince of Derby, who had been to take a pair of shoes to a farmer nigh Kirk Langley, and was now coming back home again, with a fair boiled capon in his pouch and a stout pottle of beer by his side, which same the farmer had given him for joy of such a stout pair of shoon. Good Quince was an honest fellow, but his wits were somewhat of the heavy sort, like unbaked dough, so that the only thing that was in his mind was
3 shillings 6 halfpenny for thy shoon, good Quince. 3 shillings 6 halfpenny for thy shoon.
And this travelled round and round inside of his head, without another thought getting into his noddle, as a pea rolls round and round inside an empty quart pot.
"Holloa, good friend,"
quoth Robin from beneath the hedge, when the other had gotten nigh enough.
"Whither away so merrily this bright day?"
Hearing himself so called upon, the cobbler stopped, and seeing a well-clad stranger in blue, he spoke to him in seemly wise.
"Give ye good den, fair sir, and I would say that I come from Kirk Langley, for I has sold my shoon and got 3 shillings 6 halfpenny for them, in as sweet money as ever thou sawest, and honestly earned too, I would have thee know. But an I may be so bold, thou pretty fellow, what dost thou there beneath the hedge?"
"Marry,"
quoth merry Robin,
"I sit beneath the hedge here to drop salt on the tails of golden birds. But in sooth thou art the first chick of any worth I have seen this blessed day."
At these words the cobbler's eyes opened big and wide, and his mouth grew round with wonder, like a knot-hole in a board fence.
"Slack-a-day,"
quoth he,
"look ye now, I had never seen those same golden birds, and dost thou in sooth find them in these hedges, good fellow? Prithee, tell me, are there many of them? I would fain find them mine own self."
"Aye, truly,"
quoth Robin,
"they are as thick here as fresh herring in Cannock Chase."
"Look ye now,"
said the cobbler, all drowned in wonder,
"and dost thou in sooth catch them by dropping salt on their pretty tails?"
"Yea,"
quoth Robin,
"but the salt is of an odd kind, let me tell thee, for it can only be gotten by boiling down a quart of moonbeams in a wooden platter, and then one hath but a pinch. But tell me now, thou witty man, What hast thou got in there in that pouch by thy side, and in that pottle?
At these words, the cobbler looked down at those things of which merry Robin spoke, for the thoughts of the golden bird had driven them from his mind, and it took him some time to scrape the memory of them back again.
"Why,"
said he at last,
"in the one is good March beer, and in the other is a fat capon. Truly, Quince the Cobbler will ha' a fine feast this day, and I mistake not."
"But tell me, good Quince,"
said Robin,
"hast thou a mind to sell those things to me? For the hearing of them sounds sweet in mine ears. I will give thee these gay clothes of blue that I have upon my body, and 10 shillings to boot for thy clothes and thy leather apron, and thy beer and thy capon. What sayest thou, bully boy?"
"Nay, thou dost jest with me,"
said the cobbler,
"for my clothes are coarse and patched, and thine are of fine stuff and very pretty."
"Never a jest do I speak,"
quoth Robin.
"Come, strip thy jacket off, and I will show thee. For I tell thee I like thy clothes well. Moreover, I will be kind to thee. For I will feast straightway upon the good things thou hast with thee, and thou shalt be bidden to do the eating."
At these words he began slipping off his doublet, and the cobbler, seeing him so in earnest, began pulling off his clothes also, for Robin Hood's garb tickled his eye. So each put on the other fellow's clothes, and Robin gave the honest cobbler 10 bright new shillings. Quoth merry Robin,
"I have been a many things in my life before, but never have I been an honest cobbler. Come, friend, let us fall to and eat, for something within me cackles aloud for that good fat capon."
So both sat down and began to feast right lustily, so that when they were done the bones of the capon were picked as bare as charity. Then Robin stretched his legs out with a sweet feeling of comfort within him. Quoth he,
"By the turn of thy voice, good Quince, I know that thou hast a fair song or two running loose in thy head like colts in a meadow. I prithee, turn one of them out for me."
"A song or two I ha,"
quoth the cobbler.
Poor things, but such as they are, thou art welcome to one of them."
So, moistening his throat with a swallow of beer, he sang,
"Of all the joys the best I love, sing hey, my frisking Nan, oh, and that which most my soul doth move is the clinking can, oh. All other bliss I'd throw away, sing hey, my frisking Nan, oh, but this—"
The stout cobbler got no further in his song, for of a sudden 6 horsemen burst upon them where they sat, and seized roughly upon the honest craftsman, hauling him to his feet, and nearly plucking the clothes from him as they did so.
"Ha!"
roared the leader of the band in a great big voice of joy.
"Have we then caught thee at last, thou blue-clad knave? Now, blessed be the name of Saint Hubert, for we are 80 pounds richer this minute than we were before, for the good Bishop of Hereford hath promised that much to the band that shall bring thee to him. Oho, thou cunning rascal, thou wouldst look so innocent, forsooth. We know thee, thou old fox, but off thou goest with us to have thy brush clipped forthwith."
At these words the poor cobbler gazed all around him with his great blue eyes as round as those of a dead fish, while his mouth gaped as though he had swallowed all his words and so lost his speech. Robin also gaped and stared in a wondering way, just as the cobbler would have done in his place.
"Alack a daisy me,"
quoth he,
"I know not whether I be sitting here or in no man's land. What meaneth all this stir of the pot, dear good gentleman? Surely this is a sweet, honest fellow."
"Honest fellow, sayest thou, clown?"
quoth one of the men.
"Why, I tell thee that this is that same rogue that men call Robin Hood."
At this speech the cobbler stared and gaped more than ever, for there was such a threshing of thoughts going on within his poor head that his wits were all befogged with the dust and chaff thereof. Moreover, as he looked at Robin Hood, and saw the yeoman look so like what he knew himself to be, he began to doubt and to think that mayhap he was the great outlaw in real sooth. Said he in a slow, wondering voice,
Am I in very truth that fellow? Now I had thought, but nay, Quince, thou art mistook. Yet am I? Nay, I must indeed be Robin Hood. Yet truly I had never thought to pass from an honest craftsman to such a great yeoman.
Alas,
quoth Robin Hood,
look ye there now. See how your ill treatment hath curdled the wits of this poor lad, and turned them all sour. I myself am Quince, the cobbler of Derby town.
Is it so?
said Quince.
Then, indeed, I am somebody else, and can be none other than Robin Hood. Take me, fellows, but let me tell you that ye had laid hand upon the stoutest yeoman that ever trod the woodlands.
Thou wilt play madman, wilt thou?
said the leader of the band.
Here, Giles, fetch a cord and bind this knave's hands behind him. I warrant we will bring his wits back to him again when we get him safe before our good bishop at Tutbury town.
Thereupon they tied the cobbler's hands behind him, and led him off with a rope, as the farmer leads off the calf he hath brought from the fair. Robin stood looking after them, and when they were gone he laughed till the tears rolled down his cheeks, for he knew that no harm would befall the honest fellow, and he pictured to himself the bishop's face when good Quince was brought before him as Robin Hood. Then, turning his steps once more to the eastward, he stepped out right foot foremost toward Nottinghamshire and Sherwood Forest. But Robin Hood had gone through more than he wotted of. His journey from London had been hard and long, and in a se'night he had travelled 70 and more of miles. He thought now to travel on without stopping until he had come to Sherwood. But ere he had gone 50 of miles, he felt his strength giving way beneath him like a river bank which the waters have undermined. He sat him down and rested, but he knew within himself that he could go no farther that day, for his feet felt like lumps of lead, so heavy were they with weariness. Once more he arose and went forward, but after travelling a couple of miles, he was fain to give the matter up. So, coming to an inn just then, he entered, and calling the landlord, bade him show him to a room, although the sun was only then just sinking in the western sky. There were but 3 bedrooms in the place, and to the meanest of these the landlord showed Robin Hood. But little Robin cared for the looks of the place, for he could have slept that night upon a bed of broken stones. So stripping off his clothes without more ado, he rolled into the bed and was asleep almost ere his head touched the pillow. Not long after Robin had so gone to his rest, a great cloud peeped blackly over the hills to the westward. Higher and higher it arose, until it piled up into the night like a mountain of darkness. All around beneath it came ever and anon a dull red flash, and presently a short grim mutter of the coming thunder was heard. Then up rode 4 stout burghers of Nottingham town, for this was the only inn within 5 miles' distance, and they did not care to be caught in such a thunderstorm as this that was coming upon them. Leaving their nags to the stable-man, they entered the best room of the inn, where fresh green rushes lay all spread upon the floor, and there called for the goodliest fare that the place afforded. After having eaten heartily, they bade the landlord show them to their rooms, for they were aweary, having ridden all the way from Dronfield that day. So off they went, grumbling at having to sleep 2 in a bed, but their troubles on this score, as well as all others, were soon lost in the quietness of sleep. And now came the first gust of wind, rushing past the place, clapping and banging the doors and shutters, smelling of the coming rain, and all wrapped in a cloud of dust and leaves. As though the wind had brought a guest along with it, the door opened of a sudden, and in came a friar of Emmet Priory, and one in high degree, as was shown by the softness and sleekness of his robes and the richness of his rosary. He called to the landlord, and bade him first have his mule well fed and bedded in the stable, and then to bring him the very best there was in the house. So presently a savoury stew of tripe and onions, with sweet little fat dumplings, was set before him, likewise a good stout pottle of malmsey, and straightway the holy friar fell to with great courage and heartiness, so that in a short time naught was left but a little pool of gravy in the centre of the platter, not large enow to keep the life in a starving mouse. In the meantime the storm broke. Another gust of wind went rushing by, and with it fell a few heavy drops of rain, which presently came rattling down in showers, beating against the casements like 100 little hands. Bright flashes of lightning lit up every raindrop, and with them came cracks of thunder that went away, rumbling and bumping as though St. Swithin was busy rolling great casks of water across rough ground overhead. The women folks screamed, and the merry wags in the tap-room put their arms around their waists to soothe them into quietness. At last the holy friar bade the landlord show him to his room, but when he heard that he was to bed with a cobbler, he was as ill-contented a fellow as you could find in all England. Nevertheless, there was nothing for it, and he must sleep there or nowhere. So taking up his candle, he went off, grumbling like the now distant thunder. When he came to the room where he was to sleep, he held the light over Robin and looked at him from top to toe. Then he felt better pleased, for, instead of a rough, dirty, bearded fellow, he beheld as fresh and clean a lad as one could find in a week of Sundays. So, slipping off his clothes, he also huddled into the bed, where Robin, grunting and grumbling in his sleep, made room for him. Robin was more sound asleep, I wot, than he had been for many a day, else he would never have rested so quietly with one of the friar's sort so close beside him. As for the friar, had he known who Robin Hood was, you may well believe he would almost as soon have slept with an adder as with the man he had for a bedfellow. So the night passed comfortably enough, but at the first dawn of day Robin opened his eyes and turned his head upon the pillow. Then how he gaped and how he stared, for there beside him lay one all shaven and shorn, so that he knew it must be a fellow in holy orders. He pinched himself sharply, but finding he was awake, sat up in bed, while the other slumbered as peacefully as though he were safe and sound at home in Emmet Priory.
Now,
quoth Robin to himself,
I wonder how this thing hath dropped into my bed during the night.
So saying, he arose softly so as not to waken the other, and looking about the room, he espied the friar's clothes lying upon the bench near the wall. First he looked at the clothes, with his head on one side, and then he looked at the friar, and slowly winked one eye. Quoth he,
Good brother, whate'er thy name may be, as thou hast borrowed my bed so freely, I'll e'en borrow thy clothes in return.
So saying, he straightway donned the holy man's garb, but kindly left the cobbler's clothes in the place of it. Then he went forth into the freshness of the morning, and the stableman that was up and about the stables opened his eyes as though he saw a green mouse before him, for such men as the friars of Emmet were not wont to be early risers. But the man bottled his thoughts, and only asked Robin whether he wanted his mule brought from the stable.
Yea, my son,
quoth Robin, albeit he knew naught of the mule.
And bring it forth quickly, I prithee, for I am late and must be jogging.
So presently the stableman brought forth the mule, and Robin mounted it and went on his way rejoicing. As for the holy friar, when he arose he was in as pretty a stew as any man in all the world, for his rich, soft robes were gone. Likewise his purse with 10 golden pounds in it, and naught was left but patched clothes and a leathern apron. He raged and swore like any layman, but as his swearing mended nothing, and the landlord could not aid him, and as, moreover, he was forced to be at Emmet Priory that very morning upon matters of business, he was fain either to don the cobbler's clothes or travel the road in nakedness. So he put on the clothes, and still raging and swearing vengeance against all the cobblers in Derbyshire, he set forth upon his way afoot. But his ills had not yet done with him, for he had not gone far ere he fell into the hands of the king's men, who marched him off willy-nilly to Tutbury Town and the Bishop of Hereford. In vain he swore he was a holy man, and showed his shaven crown. Off he must go, for nothing would do but that he was Robin Hood. Meanwhile merry Robin rode along contentedly, passing safely by 2 bands of the king's men, until his heart began to dance within him because of the nearness of Sherwood. So he travelled ever on to the eastward, till of a sudden he met a noble knight in a shady lane. Then Robin checked his mule quickly, and leaped from off its back.
"Now, well met, Sir Richard of the Lee,"
cried he,
"for rather than any other man in England would I see thy good face this day."
Then he told Sir Richard all the happenings that had befallen him, and that now at last he felt himself safe, being so nigh to Sherwood again. But when Robin had done, Sir Richard shook his head sadly.
"Thou art in greater danger now, Robin, than thou hast yet been,"
said he.
"For before thee lie bands of the sheriff's men blocking every road, and letting none pass through the lines without examining them closely. I myself know this, having passed them but now. Before thee lie the sheriff's men, and behind thee the king's men, and thou canst not hope to pass either way, for by this time they will know of thy disguise, and will be in waiting to seize upon thee. My castle and everything within it are thine, but naught could be gained there, for I could not hope to hold it against such a force as is now in Nottingham of the king's and the sheriff's men."
Having so spoken, Sir Richard bent his head in thought, and Robin felt his heart sink within him like that of the fox that hears the hounds at his heels, and finds his den blocked with earth so that there is no hiding for him. But presently Sir Richard spoke again, saying,
"One thing thou canst do, Robin, and one only. Go back to London, and throw thyself upon the mercy of our good Queen Eleanor. Come with me straightway to my castle, doff these clothes, and put on such as my retainers wear. Then I will hie me to London town, with a troop of men behind me, and thou shalt mingle with them, and thus will I bring thee to where thou mayst see and speak with the Queen. Thy only hope is to get to Sherwood, for there none can reach thee, and thou wilt never get to Sherwood but in this way."
So Robin went with Sir Richard of the Lee, and did as he said, for he saw the wisdom of that which the knight advised, and that this was his only chance of safety. Queen Eleanor walked in her royal garden, amid the roses that bloomed sweetly, and with her walked 6 of her ladies-in-waiting, chattering blithely together. Of a sudden a man leaped up to the top of the wall from the other side, and then, hanging for a moment, dropped lightly upon the grass within. All the ladies-in-waiting shrieked at the suddenness of his coming, but the man ran to the Queen and kneeled at her feet, and she saw that it was Robin Hood.
"Why, how now, Robin?"
cried she.
"Dost thou dare to come into the very jaws of the raging lion? Alas, poor fellow, thou art lost indeed if the king finds thee here. Dost thou not know that he is seeking thee through all the land?"
"Yea,"
quoth Robin,
"I do know right well that the king seeks me, and therefore I have come. For surely no ill can befall me when he hath pledged his royal word to your majesty for my safety. Moreover, I know your majesty's kindness and gentle of heart, and so I lay my life freely in your gracious hands."
"I take thy meaning, Robin Hood,"
said the Queen,
"and that thou dost convey reproach to me, as well thou mayst, for I know that I have not done by thee as I ought to have done. I know right well that thou must have been hard pressed by peril to leap so boldly into one danger to escape another. Once more I promise thee mine aid, and will do all I can to send thee back in safety to Sherwood Forest. Bide thou here till I return.
So saying, she left Robin in the garden of roses and was gone a long time. When she came back, Sir Robert Lee was with her, and the Queen's cheeks were hot, and the Queen's eyes were bright, as though she had been talking with high words. Then Sir Robert came straight forward to where Robin Hood stood, and he spoke to the yeoman in a cold, stern voice. Quoth he,
Our gracious sovereign, the king, hath mitigated his wrath toward thee, fellow, and hath once more promised that thou shalt depart in peace and safety. Not only hath he promised this, but in 3 days he will send one of his pages to go with thee and see that none arrest thy journey back again. Thou mayst thank thy patron saint that thou hast such a good friend in our noble queen, for, but for her persuasion and arguments, thou hadst been a dead man, I can tell thee. Let this peril that thou hast passed through teach thee 2 lessons. First, be more honest. Second, be not so bold in thy comings and goings. A man that walketh in the darkness, as thou dost, may escape for a time, but in the end he will surely fall into the pit. Thou hast put thy head in the angry lion's mouth, and yet thou hast escaped by a miracle. Try it not again.
So saying, he turned and left Robin and was gone. For 3 days Robin abided in London in the Queen's household, and at the end of that time the King's head page, Edward Cunningham, came, and taking Robin with him, departed northward upon his way to Sherwood. Now and then they passed bands of the King's men coming back again to London, but none of those bands stopped them, and so at last they reached the sweet, leafy woodlands. End of chapter 20.
Quince the Cobbler, read by Gerald Moe.
Chapter 21 of The Merry Adventures of Robin Hood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Merry Adventures of Robin Hood by Howard Pyle. Robin Hood and Guy of Gisbourne. A long time passed after the great shooting match, and during that time Robin followed one part of the advice of Sir Robert Lee, to wit, that of being less bold in his comings and his goings. For though, mayhap he may not have been more honest, as most folks regard honesty, he took good care not to travel so far from Sherwood that he could not reach it both easily and quickly. Great changes had fallen in this time, for King Henry had died, and King Richard had come to the crown that fitted him so well through many hard trials, and through adventures as stirring as any that ever befell Robin Hood. But though great changes came, they did not reach to Sherwood's shades, for there Robin Hood and his men dwelled as merrily as they had ever done, with hunting and feasting and singing and blithe woodland sports. For it was little the outside striving of the world troubled them. The dawning of a summer's day was fresh and bright, and the birds sang sweetly in a great tumult of sound. So loud was their singing that it awakened Robin Hood where he lay sleeping, so that he stirred and turned and arose. Up rose Little John also, and all the merry men. Then, after they had broken their fast, they set forth hither and thither upon the doings of the day. Robin Hood and Little John walked down a forest path, where all around the leaves danced and twinkled as the breeze trembled through them and the sunlight came flickering down. Quoth Robin Hood,
I make my vow, Little John, my blood tickles my veins as it flows through them this gay morn. What sayest thou to our seeking adventures, each one upon his own account?
With all my heart,
said Little John.
We have had more than one pleasant doing in that way, good master. Here are 2 paths. Take thou the one to the right hand, and I will take the one to the left, and let us each walk straight ahead till he tumble into some merry doing or other.
I like thy plan,
quoth Robin.
Therefore we will part here. But look thee, Little John, keep thyself out of mischief, for I would not have ill befall thee for all the world.
Marry, come up,
quoth Little John.
How thou talkest! Methinks thou art wont to get thyself into tighter coils than I am like to do.
At this Robin Hood laughed.
Why, in sooth, Little John,
said he,
thou hast a blundering, hard-headed way that seemeth to bring thee right side uppermost in all thy troubles. But let us see who cometh out best this day.
So saying, he clapped his palm to Little John's, and each departed upon his way, the trees quickly shutting the one from the other's sight. Robin Hood strolled onward till he came to where a broad woodland road stretched before him. Overhead, the branches of the trees laced together in flickering foliage, all golden where it grew thin to the sunlight. Beneath his feet, the ground was soft and moist from the sheltering shade. Here, in this pleasant spot, the sharpest adventure that ever befell Robin Hood came upon him. For, as he walked down the woodland path, thinking of naught but the songs of the birds, he came of a sudden to where a man was seated upon the mossy roots, beneath the shade of a broad spreading oak tree. Robin Hood saw that the stranger had not caught sight of him, so he stopped and stood quite still, looking at the other a long time before he came forward. And the stranger, I wot, was well worth looking at, for never had Robin seen a figure like that sitting beneath the tree. From his head to his foot he was clad in a horse's hide, dressed with the hair upon it. Upon his head was a cowl that hid his face from sight, and which was made of the horse's skin, the ears whereof stuck up like those of a rabbit. His body was clad in a jacket made of the hide, and his legs were covered with the hairy skin likewise. By his side was a heavy broadsword, and a sharp, double-edged dagger. A quiver of smooth round arrows hung across his shoulders, and his stout bow of yew leaned against the tree beside him.
Holloa, friend,
cried Robin, coming forward at last.
Who art thou that sittest there? And what is that thou hast upon thy body? I make my vow I had never seen such a sight in all my life before. Had I done an evil thing, or did my conscience trouble me, I would be afraid of thee, thinking that thou wast someone from down below, bringing a message bidding me come straightway to King Nicholas.
To this speech the other answered not a word, but he pushed the cowl back from his head, and showed a knit brow, a hooked nose, and a pair of fierce, restless black eyes, which altogether made Robin think of a hawk as he looked on his face. But beside this, there was something about the lines on the stranger's face, and his thin, cruel mouth, and the hard glare of his eyes, that made one's flesh creep to look upon.
Who art thou, rascal?
said he at last in a loud, harsh voice.
Tut, tut,
quoth merry Robin.
Speak not so sourly, brother. Hast thou fed upon vinegar and nettles this morning, that thy speech is so stinging?
And thou likest not my words,
said the other fiercely.
Thou hadst best be jogging, for I tell thee plainly, my deeds match them.
Nay, but I do like thy words, thou sweet, pretty thing,
quoth Robin, squatting down upon the grass in front of the other.
Moreover, I tell thee thy speech is witty and gamesome as any I ever heard in all my life.
The other said not a word, but he glared upon Robin with a wicked and baleful look, such as a fierce dog bestows upon a man ere it springs at his throat. Robin returned the gaze with one of wide-eyed innocence, not a shadow of a smile twinkling in his eyes or twitching at the corners of his mouth. So they sat staring at one another for a long time, until the stranger broke the silence suddenly.
"What is thy name, fellow?"
said he.
"Now,"
quoth Robin,
"I am right glad to hear thee speak, for I began to fear the sight of me had stricken thee dumb. As for my name, it may be this or it may be that, but methinks it is more meet for thee to tell me thine, seeing that thou art the greatest stranger in these parts. Prithee, tell me, sweet chuck, why wearest thou that dainty garb upon thy pretty body?"
At these words, the other broke into a short, harsh roar of laughter.
"By the bones of the Daemon Odin,"
said he,
"thou art the boldest spoken man that ever I have seen in all my life. I know not why I do not smite thee down where thou sittest, for only 2 days ago I skewered a man over back of Nottingham town for saying not half so much to me as thou hast done. I wear this garb, thou fool, to keep my body warm. Likewise, it as near as good as a coat of steel against a common sword thrust. As for my name, I care not who knoweth it. It is Guy of Gisbourne, and thou mayst have heard it before. I come from the woodlands over in Herefordshire, upon the lands of the bishop of that ilk. I am an outlaw, and get my living by hook and by crook, in a manner it boots not to tell of. Not long since the bishop sent for me, and said that if I would do a certain thing that the Sheriff of Nottingham would ask of me, he would get me a free pardon, and give me 10 pounds to boot. So straightway I came to Nottingham town, and found my sweet sheriff. And what thinkest thou he wanted of me? Why, forsooth, to come here to Sherwood, to hunt up one Robin Hood, also an outlaw, and to take him alive or dead. It seemeth that they have no one here to face that bold fellow, and so sent all the way to Herefordshire, and to me, for thou knowest the old saying, set a thief to catch a thief. As for the slaying of this fellow, it galleth me not a whit, for I would shed the blood of my own brother for the half of 200 pounds.
To all this Robin listened, and as he listened his gorge rose. Well he knew of this Guy of Gisbourne, and of all the bloody and murderous deeds that he had done in Herefordshire, for his doings were famous throughout all the land. Yet, although he loathed the very presence of the man, he held his peace, for he had an end to serve.
"Truly,"
quoth he,
"I have heard of thy gentle doings. Methinks there is no one in all the world that Robin Hood would rather meet than thee."
At this, Guy of Gisbourne gave another harsh laugh.
"Why,"
quoth he,
"it is a merry thing to think of one stout outlaw like Robin Hood meeting another stout outlaw like Guy of Gisbourne. Only in this case it will be an ill happening for Robin Hood, for the day he meets Guy of Gisbourne, he shall die.
Be thou gentle, merry spirit,
quoth Robin.
Dost thou not think that mayhap this same Robin Hood may be the better man of the two? I know him right well, and many think that he is one of the stoutest men hereabouts.
He may be the stoutest of men hereabouts,
quoth Guy of Gisbourne.
Yet, I tell thee, fellow, this sty of yours is not the wide world. I lay my life upon it that I am the better man of the two. He an outlaw, forsooth. Why, I hear that he hath never let blood in all his life, saving when he first came to the forest. Some call him a great archer. Marry, I would not be afraid to stand against him all the days of the year, with a bow in my hand.
Why, truly, some folk do call him a great archer,
said Robin Hood.
But we of Nottinghamshire are famous hands with the longbow. Even I, though but a simple hand at the craft, would not fear to try a bout with thee.
At these words, Guy of Gisbourne looked upon Robin with wondering eyes, and then gave another roar of laughter till the woods rang.
Now,
quoth he,
thou art a bold fellow to talk to me in this way. I like thy spirit in so speaking up to me, for few men have dared to do so. Put up a garland, lad, and I will try a bout with thee.
Tut, tut,
quoth Robin.
Only babes shoot at garlands hereabouts. I will put up a good Nottingham mark for thee.
So saying, he arose, and going to a hazel thicket not far off, he cut a wand about twice the thickness of a man's thumb. From this he peeled the bark, and sharpening the point, stuck it up in the ground in front of a great oak tree. Thence he measured off 80 paces, which brought him beside the tree where the other sat.
There,
quoth he,
is the kind of mark that Nottingham yeomen shoot at. Now let me see thee split that wand, if thou art an archer.
Then Guy of Gisbourne arose.
Now out upon it,
cried he.
The devil himself could not hit such a mark as that.
Mayhap he could, mayhap he could not,
quoth merry Robin.
But that we shall never know till thou hast shot thereat.
At these words Guy of Gisbourne looked upon Robin with knit brows, but as the yeoman still looked innocent of any ill meaning, he bottled his words and strung his bow in silence. Twice he shot, but neither time did he hit the wand, missing it the first time by a span, and the second time by a good palm's breadth. Robin laughed and laughed.
I see now,
quoth he,
that the devil himself could not hit that mark. Good fellow, if thou art no better with a broadsword than thou art with the bow and arrow, thou wilt never overcome Robin Hood.
At these words, Guy of Gisbourne glared savagely upon Robin. Quoth he,
Thou hast a merry tongue, thou villain, but take care that thou makest not too free with it, or I may cut it out from thy throat for thee.
Robin Hood strung his bow, and took his place with never a word, albeit his heartstrings quivered with anger and loathing. Twice he shot, the first time hitting within an inch of the wand, the second time splitting it fairly in the middle. Then, without giving the other a chance for speech, he flung his bow upon the ground.
There, thou bloody villain,
cried he fiercely.
Let that show thee how little thou knowest of manly sports, and look now thy last upon the daylight, for the good earth hath been befouled long enough by thee, thou vile beast. This day, our lady willing, thou diest. I am Robin Hood.
So saying, he flashed forth his bright sword in the sunlight. For a time, Guy of Gisbourne stared upon Robin as though bereft of wits, but his wonder quickly passed to a wild rage.
"Art thou indeed Robin Hood?"
cried he.
"Now I am glad to meet thee, thou poor wretch. Shrive thyself, for thou wilt have no time for shriving when I am done with thee."
So saying, he also drew his sword. And now came the fiercest fight that ever Sherwood saw, for each man knew that either he or the other must die, and that no mercy was to be had in this battle. Up and down they fought, till all the sweet green grass was crushed and ground beneath the trampling of their heels. More than once the point of Robin Hood's sword felt the softness of flesh, and presently the ground began to be sprinkled with bright red drops, albeit not one of them came from Robin's veins. At last Guy of Gisbourne made a fierce and deadly thrust at Robin Hood, from which he leaped back lightly, but in so leaping he caught his heel in a root and fell heavily upon his back.
"Now, Holy Mary, aid me!"
muttered he as the other leaped at him with a grin of rage upon his face. Fiercely Guy of Gisbourne stabbed at the other with his great sword, but Robin caught the blade in his naked hand, and though it cut his palm, he turned the point away so that it plunged deep into the ground close beside him. Then, ere a blow could be struck again, he leaped to his feet with his good sword in his hand. And now despair fell upon Guy of Gisbourne's heart in a black cloud, and he looked around him wildly like a wounded hawk. Seeing that his strength was going from him, Robin leaped forward, and quick as a flash, struck a back-handed blow beneath the sword-arm. Down fell the sword from Guy of Gisbourne's grasp, and back he staggered at the stroke. And, ere he could regain himself, Robin's sword passed through and through his body. Round he spun upon his heel, and flinging his hands aloft with a shrill, wild cry, fell prone upon his face upon the green sod. Then Robin Hood wiped his sword and thrust it back into the scabbard, and coming to where Guy of Gisbourne lay, he stood over him with folded arms, talking to himself the while.
"This is the first man I have slain since I shot the king's forester in the hot days of my youth. I ofttimes think bitterly even yet of that first life I took, but of this I am as glad as though I had slain a wild boar that laid waste a fair country. Since the Sheriff of Nottingham hath sent such a one as this against me, I will put on the fellow's garb, and go forth to see whether I may not find his worship, and perchance pay him back some of the debt I owe him upon this score."
So saying, Robin Hood stripped the hairy garments from off the dead man, and put them on himself, all bloody as they were. Then, strapping the other's sword and dagger around his body, and carrying his own in his hand, together with the 2 bows of yew, he drew the cowl of horse's hide over his face, so that none could tell who he was, and set forth from the forest, turning his steps toward the eastward and Nottingham town. As he strode along the country roads, men, women, and children hid away from him, for the terror of Guy of Gisbourne's name and of his doings had spread far and near. And now let us see what befell Little John while these things were happening. Little John walked on his way through the forest paths until he had come to the outskirts of the woodlands, where, here and there, fields of barley, corn, or green meadowlands lay smiling in the sun. So he came to the high road, and to where a little thatched cottage stood back of a cluster of twisted crab trees with flowers in front of it. Here he stopped of a sudden, for he thought that he heard the sound of someone in sorrow. He listened, and found that it came from the cottage. So turning his footsteps thither, he pushed open the wicket and entered the place. There he saw a grey-haired dame sitting beside a cold hearthstone, rocking herself to and fro and weeping bitterly. Now Little John had a tender heart for the sorrows of other folk, so coming to the old woman and patting her kindly upon the shoulder, he spoke comforting words to her, bidding her cheer up and tell him her troubles, for that mayhap he might do something to ease them. At all this the good dame shook her head, but all the same his kind words did soothe her somewhat, So after a while she told him all that bore upon her mind. That morning she had 3 as fair tall sons beside her as one could find in all Nottinghamshire, but that they were now taken from her, and were like to be hanged straightway. That, want having come upon them, the eldest boy had gone out the night before into the forest, and had slain a hind in the moonlight. That the king's rangers had followed the blood upon the grass until they had come to her cottage, and had there found the deer's meat in the cupboard. That, as neither of the younger sons would betray their brother, the foresters had taken all 3 away, in spite of the oldest saying that he alone had slain the deer. That, as they went, she had heard the rangers talking among themselves, saying that the sheriff had sworn that he would put a check upon the great slaughter of deer that had been going on of late by hanging the very first rogue caught thereat upon the nearest tree, and that they would take the 3 youths to the King's Head Inn, near Nottingham town, where the sheriff was abiding that day, there to await the return of a certain fellow he had sent into Sherwood to seek for Robin Hood. To all this Little John listened, shaking his head sadly now and then.
"Alas,"
quoth he, when the good dame had finished her speech,
"this is indeed an ill case. But who is this that goeth into Sherwood after Robin Hood, and why doth he go to seek him? But no matter for that now, only that I would that Robin Hood were here to advise us. Nevertheless, no time may be lost in sending for him at this hour, if we would save the lives of thy 3 sons. Tell me, hast thou any clothes hereabouts that I may put on in place of these of Lincoln green? Marry, if our stout sheriff catcheth me without disguise, I am like to be run up more quickly than thy sons, let me tell thee, dame."
Then the old woman told him that she had in the house some of the clothes of her good husband, who had died only 2 years before. These she brought to Little John, who, doffing his garb of Lincoln green, put them on in its stead. Then, making a wig and false beard of uncarded wool, he covered his own brown hair and beard, and putting on a great tall hat that had belonged to the old peasant, he took his staff in one hand and his bow in the other, and set forth with all speed to where the sheriff had taken up his inn. A mile or more from Nottingham town, and not far from the southern borders of Sherwood Forest, stood the cosy inn bearing the sign of the King's Head. Here was a great bustle and stir on this bright morning, for the sheriff and a score of his men had come to stop there and await Guy of Gisbourne's return from the forest. Great hiss and fuss of cooking was going on in the kitchen, and great rapping and tapping of wine kegs and beer barrels was going on in the cellar. The sheriff sat within, feasting merrily of the best the place afforded, and the sheriff's men sat upon the bench before the door, quaffing ale, or lay beneath the shade of the broad-spreading oak trees, talking and jesting and laughing. All around stood the horses of the band, with a great noise of stamping feet and a great switching of tails. To this inn came the king's rangers, driving the widow's 3 sons before them. The hands of the 3 youths were tied tightly behind their backs, and a cord from neck to neck fastened them all together. So they were marched to the room where the sheriff sat at meat, and stood trembling before him as he scowled sternly upon them.
"So,"
quoth he in a great loud angry voice,
"ye have been poaching upon the king's deer, have you? Now I will make short work of you this day, for I will hang up all 3 of you as a farmer would hang up 3 crows to scare others of the kind from the field. Our fair county of Nottingham hath been too long a breeding place for such naughty knaves as ye are. I have put up with these things for many years, but now I will stamp them out once for all, and with you I will begin."
Then one of the poor fellows opened his mouth to speak, but the sheriff roared at him in a loud voice to be silent, and bade the rangers to take them away till he had done his eating, and could attend to the matters concerning them. So the 3 poor youths were marched outside, where they stood with bowed heads and despairing hearts, till after a while the sheriff came forth. Then he called his men about him, and quoth he,
These 3 villains shall be hanged straightway, but not here, lest they breed ill luck to this goodly inn. We will take them over yonder to that belt of woodlands, for I would fain hang them upon the very trees of Sherwood itself, to show those vile outlaws therein what they may expect of me if I ever have the good luck to lay hands upon them.
So saying, he mounted his horse, as did his men-at-arms likewise, and all together they set forth for the belt of woodlands he had spoken of, the poor youths walking in their midst, guarded by the rangers. So they came at last to the spot, and here nooses were fastened around the necks of the 3, and the ends of the cords flung over the branch of a great oak tree that stood there. Then the 3 youths fell upon their knees and loudly besought mercy of the sheriff. But the Sheriff of Nottingham laughed scornfully.
Now,
quoth he,
I would that I had a priest here to shrive you, but as none is nigh, you must e'en travel your road with all your sins packed upon your backs, and trust to St. Peter to let you in through the gates of paradise, like 3 peddlers into the town.
In the meantime, while all this had been going forward, an old man had drawn near, and stood leaning on his staff, looking on. His hair and beard were all curly and white, and across his back was a bow of yew, that looked much too strong for him to draw. As the sheriff looked around, ere he ordered his men to string the 3 youths up to the oak tree, his eyes fell upon this strange old man. Then his worship beckoned to him, saying,
Come hither, father. I have a few words to say to thee.
So Little John, for it was none other than he, came forward, and the sheriff looked upon him, thinking that there was something strangely familiar in the face before him.
How now?
Said he.
Methinks I have seen thee before. What may thy name be, father?
Please your worship,
said Little John in a cracked voice like that of an old man.
My name is Giles Hobble, at your worship's service.
Giles Hobble, Giles Hobble,
muttered the sheriff to himself, turning over the names that he had in his mind to try to find one to fit to this.
I remember not thy name,
said he at last.
But it matters not. Hast thou a mind to earn 6pence this bright morn?
I marry,
quoth Little John,
for money is not so plenty with me that I should cast a 6pence away, and I could earn it by an honest turn. What is it your worship would have me do?
Why, this,
said the sheriff.
Here are 3 men that need hanging as badly as any e'er I saw. If thou wilt string them up, I will pay thee 2pence apiece for them. I like not that my men-at-arms should turn hangmen. Wilt thou try thy hand?
In sooth,
said Little John, still in the old man's voice,
I had never done such a thing before, but as 6pence is to be earned so easily, I might as well ha' it as anybody. But, your worship, are these naughty fellows shrived?
Nay,
said the sheriff, laughing.
Never a whit. But thou mayst turn thy hand to that also, if thou art so minded. But hasten, I prithee, for I would get back to mine inn betimes.
So Little John came to where the 3 youths stood trembling, and putting his face to the first fellow's cheek, as though he were listening to him, he whispered softly into his ear,
Stand still, brother, when thou feelest thy bonds cut. But when thou seest me throw my woolen wig and beard from my head and face, cast the noose from thy neck, and run for the woodlands.
Then he slyly cut the cord that bound the youth's hands, who, upon his part, stood still as though he were yet bound. Then he went to the second fellow and spoke to him in the same way, and also cut his bonds. This he did to the third likewise, but all so slyly that the sheriff, who sat upon his horse laughing, wotted not what was being done, nor his men either. Then Little John turned to the sheriff.
"Please, your worship,"
said he,
"will you give me leave to string my bow? For I would fain help these fellows along the way when they are swinging with an arrow beneath the ribs."
"With all my heart,"
said the sheriff.
"Only, as I said before, make thou haste in thy doings."
Little John put the tip of his bow to his instep, and strung the weapon so deftly that all wondered to see an old man so strong. Next he drew a good smooth arrow from his quiver, and fitted it to the string. Then, looking all around to see that the way was clear behind him, he suddenly cast away the wool from his head and face, shouting in a mighty voice,
"Run!"
Quick as a flash, the three youths flung the nooses from their necks and sped across the open to the woodlands, as the arrow speeds from the bow. Little John also flew toward the covert like a greyhound, while the sheriff and his men gazed after him, all bewildered with the sudden doing. But ere the yeoman had gone far, the sheriff roused himself.
"After him!"
he roared in a mighty voice, for he knew now who it was with whom he had been talking, and wondered that he had not known him before. Little John heard the sheriff's words, and seeing that he could not hope to reach the woodlands before they would be upon him, he stopped and turned suddenly, holding his bow as though he were about to shoot.
"Stand back!"
cried he fiercely.
"The first man that cometh a foot forward, or toucheth finger to bowstring, dieth."
At these words the sheriff's men stood as still as stocks, for they knew right well that Little John would be as good as his word, and that to disobey him meant death. In vain the sheriff roared at them, calling them cowards, and urging them forward in a body. They would not budge an inch, but stood and watched Little John as he moved slowly away toward the forest, keeping his gaze fixed upon them. But when the sheriff saw his enemy thus slipping betwixt his fingers, he grew mad with his rage, so that his head swam, and he knew not what he did. Then of a sudden he turned his horse's head, and plunging his spurs into its sides, he gave a great shout, and rising in his stirrups, came down upon Little John like the wind. Then Little John raised his deadly bow, and drew the grey goose feather to his cheek. But alas for him! For, ere he could loose the shaft, the good bow that had served him so long split in his hands, and the arrow fell harmless at his feet. Seeing what had happened, the sheriff's men raised a shout, and following their master came rushing down upon Little John. But the sheriff was ahead of the others, and so caught up with the yeoman before he reached the shelter of the woodlands. Then leaning forward, he struck a mighty blow. Little John ducked, and the sheriff's sword turned in his hand. But the flat of the blade struck the other upon the head, and smote him down, stunned and senseless.
"Now I am right glad,"
said the sheriff, when the men came up and found that Little John was not dead,
"that I have not slain this man in my haste. I would rather lose 500 pounds than have him die thus, instead of hanging, as such a vile thief should do. Go get some water from yonder fountain, William, and pour it over his head."
The man did as he was bidden, and presently Little John opened his eyes and looked around him, all dazed and bewildered with the stun of the blow. Then they tied his hands behind him, and lifting him up, set him upon the back of one of the horses, with his face to its tail and his feet strapped beneath its belly. So they took him back to the King's Head Inn, laughing and rejoicing as they went along. But in the meantime the widow's 3 sons had gotten safely away, and were hidden in the woodlands. Once more the Sheriff of Nottingham sat within the King's Head Inn. His heart rejoiced within him, for he had at last done that which he had sought to do for years, taken Little John prisoner. Quoth he to himself,
This time tomorrow the rogue shall hang upon the gallows tree in front of the great gate of Nottingham town. And thus shall I make my long score with him even.
So saying, he took a deep draught of canary, but it seemed as if the sheriff had swallowed a thought with his wine, for he shook his head and put the cup down hastily.
Now,
he muttered to himself,
I would not for 1,000 pounds have this fellow slip through my fingers. Yet should his master escape that foul Guy of Gisbourne, there is no knowing what he may do, for he is the cunningest knave in all the world, this same Robin Hood. Belike I had better not wait until tomorrow to hang the fellow.
So saying, he pushed his chair back hastily, and going forth from the inn, called his men together. Quoth he,
I will wait no longer for the hanging of this rogue, but it shall be done forthwith, and that from the very tree whence he saved those 3 young villains by stepping betwixt them and the law. So get ye ready straightway.
Then once more they sat Little John upon the horse with his face to the tail, and so, one leading the horse whereon he sat, and the others riding round him, they went forward to that tree from the branches of which they had thought to hang the poachers. On they went, rattling and jingling along the road, till they came to the tree. Here one of the men spake to the sheriff of a sudden.
Your worship,
cried he,
is not yon fellow coming along toward us that same Guy of Gisbourne, whom thou didst send into the forest to seek Robin Hood?
At these words the sheriff shaded his eyes and looked eagerly.
Why, certes,
quoth he,
yon fellow is the same. Now heaven send that he hath slain the master thief, as we will presently slay the man.
When Little John heard this speech, he looked up, and straightway his heart crumbled away within him. For not only were the man's garments all covered with blood, but he wore Robin Hood's bugle horn, and carried his bow and broadsword.
How now?
cried the sheriff, when Robin Hood, in Guy of Gisbourne's clothes, had come nigh to them.
What luck hath befallen thee in the forest? Why, man, thy clothes are all over blood.
And thou likest not my clothes,
said Robin, in a harsh voice, like that of Guy of Gisbourne.
Thou mayest shut thine eyes. Marry, the blood upon me is that of the vilest outlaw that ever trod the woodlands, and one whom I have slain this day, albeit not without wound to myself.
Then out spake Little John, for the first time since he had fallen into the sheriff's hands.
O thou vile, bloody wretch! I know thee, Guy of Gisbourne, for who is there that hath not heard of thee, and cursed thee for thy vile deeds of blood and rapine? Is it by such a hand as thine that the gentlest heart that ever beat is stilled in death? Truly, thou art a fit tool for this coward sheriff of Nottingham. Now I die joyfully, nor do I care how I die, for life is naught to me.
So spake Little John, the salt tears rolling down his brown cheeks. But the sheriff of Nottingham clapped his hands for joy.
Now, Guy of Gisbourne,
cried he,
if what thou tellest me is true, it will be the best day's doings for thee that ever thou hast done in all thy life.
What I have told thee is sooth, and I lie not,
said Robin, still in Guy of Gisbourne's voice.
Look, is not this Robin Hood's sword? And is not this his good bow of yew? And is not this his bugle horn? Thinkest thou he would have given them to Guy of Gisbourne of his own free will?
Then the sheriff laughed aloud for joy.
Ah, this is a good day,
cried he.
The great outlaw dead, and his right-hand man in my hands. Ask what thou wilt of me, Guy Gisbourne, and it is thine.
Then this I ask of thee,
said Robin.
As I have slain the master, I would now kill the man. Give this fellow's life into my hands, Sir Sheriff.
Now thou art a fool,
cried the sheriff.
Thou mightest have had money enough for a night's ransom if thou hadst asked for it. I like ill to let this fellow pass from my hands. But as I have promised, thou shalt have him.
I thank thee right heartily for thy gift,
cried Robin.
Take the rogue down from the horse, men, and lean him against yonder tree, while I show you how we stick a poker whence I come.
At these words, some of the sheriff's men shook their heads, for though they cared not a whit whether Little John were hanged or not, they hated to see him butchered in cold blood. But the sheriff called to them in a loud voice, ordering them to take the yeoman down from the horse and lean him against the tree as the other bade. While they were doing this, Robin Hood strung both his bow and that of Guy of Gisbourne, albeit none of them took notice of his doing so. Then, when Little John stood against the tree, he drew Guy of Gisbourne's sharp, double-edged dagger.
Fall back,
cried he.
Would ye crowd so on my pleasure, ye unmannerly knaves? Back, I say, farther yet.
So they crowded back, as he ordered, many of them turning their faces away, that they might not see what was about to happen.
Come,
cried Little John.
Here is my breast. It is meet that the same hand that slew my dear master should butcher me also. I know thee, Guy of Gisbourne.
Peace, Little John,
said Robin in a low voice.
Twice thou hast said thou knowest me, and yet thou knowest me not at all. Couldst thou not tell me beneath this wild beast's hide? Yonder, just in front of thee, lie my bow and arrows, likewise my broadsword. Take them when I cut thy bonds. Now, get them quickly.
So saying, he cut the bonds, and Little John, quick as a wink, leaped forward and caught up the bow and arrows and the broadsword. At the same time, Robin Hood threw back the cowl of horse's hide from his face and bent Guy of Gisbourne's bow with a keen barbed arrow fitted to the string.
Stand back,
cried he sternly.
The first man that toucheth finger to bowstring dieth. I have slain thy man, sheriff. Take heed that it is not thy turn next.
Then, seeing that Little John had armed himself, he clapped his bugle horn to his lips and blew 3 blasts, both loud and shrill. Now when the Sheriff of Nottingham saw whose face it was beneath Guy of Gisbourne's hood, and when he heard those bugle notes ring in his ear, he felt as if his hour had come.
Robin Hood!
roared he, and without another word he wheeled his horse in the road and went off in a cloud of dust. The sheriff's men, seeing their master thus fleeing for his life, thought that it was not their business to tarry longer, so, clapping spurs to their horses, they also dashed away after him. But though the Sheriff of Nottingham went fast, he could not outstrip a cloth-yard arrow. Little John twanged his bowstring with a shout, and when the sheriff dashed in through the gates of Nottingham town at full speed, a great goose shaft stuck out behind him like a molting sparrow with one feather in its tail. For a month afterward the poor sheriff could sit upon naught but the softest cushions that could be gotten for him. Thus the sheriff and a score of men ran away from Robin Hood and Little John, so that when Will Stutely and a dozen or more of stout yeomen burst from out the covert, they saw naught of their master's enemies, for the sheriff and his men were scurrying away in the distance, hidden within a cloud of dust like a little thunderstorm. Then they all went back into the forest once more, where they found the widow's 3 sons, who ran to Little John and kissed his hands. But it would not do for them to roam the forest at large any more, so they promised that, after they had gone and told their mother of their escape, they would come that night to the greenwood tree, and thenceforth become men of the band. End of chapter 21.
Guy of Gisbourne, read by Gerald Moe.
Chapter 22 of The Merry Adventures of Robin Hood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Merry Adventures of Robin Hood by Howard Pyle. King Richard comes to Sherwood Forest.
King Richard. Read by Tortoise.
Not more than 2 months had passed and gone since these stirring adventures befell Robin Hood and Little John, when all Nottinghamshire was a mighty stir and tumult, for King Richard of the Lion's Heart was making a royal progress through merry England, and every one expected him to come to Nottingham town in his journeying. Messengers went riding back and forth between the sheriff and the king, until at last the time was fixed upon when his majesty was to stop in Nottingham as the guest of his worship. And now came more bustle than ever, a great running hither and thither, a rapping of hammers, and a babble of voices sounded everywhere through the place, for the folk were building great arches across the streets, beneath which the king was to pass, and were draping these arches with silken banners and streamers of many colours. Great hubbub was going on in the Guildhall of the town also, for here a grand banquet was to be given to the king and the nobles of his train, and the best master carpenters were busy building a throne, where the king and the sheriff were to sit at the head of the table, side by side. It seemed to many of the good folk of the place as if the day that should bring the king into the town would never come. But all the same, it did come in its own season, and bright shone the sun down into the stony streets, which were all alive with a restless sea of people. On either side of the way, great crowds of town and country folk stood packed as close together as dried herring in a box, so that the sheriff's men, halberds in hands, could hardly press them back to leave space for the king's riding.
"Take care whom thou pushest against,"
cried a great burly friar to one of these men.
"Wouldst thou dig thine elbows into mine, sirrah? By'r Lady of the Fountain, an thou dost not treat me with more deference, I will crack thy knave's pate for thee, even though thou be one of the mighty sheriff's men."
At this a great shout of laughter arose from a number of tall yeomen in Lincoln green that were scattered through the crowd thereabouts. But one that seemed of more authority than the others nudged the holy man with his elbow.
"Peace, Tuck," said
he.
"Didst thou not promise me, ere thou camest here, that thou wouldst put a check upon thy tongue?"
"Ay, marry,"
grumbled the other.
"But I did not think to have a hard-footed knave trample all over my poor toes, as though they were no more than so many acorns in the forest."
But of a sudden all this bickering ceased, for a clear sound of many bugle horns came winding down the street. Then all the people craned their necks and gazed in the direction whence the sound came, and the crowding and the pushing and the swaying grew greater than ever. And now a gallant array of men came gleaming into sight, and the cheering of the people ran down the crowd as the fire runs in dry grass. 28 heralds in velvet and cloth of gold came riding forward. Over their heads fluttered a cloud of snow-white feathers, and each herald bore in his hand a long silver trumpet, which he blew musically. From each trumpet hung a heavy banner of velvet and cloth of gold, with the royal arms of England emblazoned thereon. After these came riding 80 noble knights, 2 by 2, all fully armed, saving that their heads were uncovered. In their hands they bore tall lances, from the tops of which fluttered pennons of many colours and devices. By the side of each knight walked a page, clad in rich clothes of silk and velvet, and each page bore in his hands his master's helmet, from which waved long floating plumes of feathers. Never had Nottingham seen a fairer sight than those 80 noble knights, from whose armour the sun blazed in dazzling light as they came riding on their great war horses, with clashing of arms and jingling of chains. Behind the knights came the barons and the nobles of the mid-country, in robes of silk and cloth of gold, with golden chains about their necks and jewels at their girdles. Behind these again came a great array of men-at-arms, with spears and halberds in their hands, and in the midst of these 2 riders side by side. One of the horsemen was the Sheriff of Nottingham in his robes of office. The other, who was a head taller than the sheriff, was clad in a rich but simple garb, with a broad heavy chain about his neck. His hair and beard were like threads of gold, and his eyes were as blue as the summer sky. As he rode along, he bowed to the right hand and the left, and a mighty roar of voices followed him as he passed, for this was King Richard. Then, above all the tumult and the shouting, a great voice was heard roaring,
Heaven, its saints bless thee, our gracious King Richard, and likewise our Lady of the Fountain, bless thee.
Then King Richard, looking toward the spot whence the sound came, saw a tall, burly, strapping priest standing in front of all the crowd with his legs wide apart as he backed against those behind.
By my soul, Sheriff,
said the king, laughing,
ye have the tallest priests in Nottinghamshire that e'er I saw in all my life. If heaven never answered prayers because of deafness, methinks I would nevertheless have blessings bestowed upon me, for that man yonder could make the great stone image of St. Peter rub its ears and hearken unto him. I would that I had an army of such as he.
To this the sheriff answered never a word, but all the blood left his cheeks, and he caught at the pommel of his saddle to keep himself from falling, for he also saw the fellow that so shouted, and knew him to be Friar Tuck. And, moreover, behind Friar Tuck, he saw the faces of Robin Hood, and Little John, and Will Scarlet, and Will Stutely, and Allan a Dale, and others of the band.
How now?
Said the king hastily.
Art thou ill, Sheriff, that thou growest so white?
Nay, your majesty,
said the sheriff.
It was naught but a sudden pain that will soon pass by.
Thus he spake, for he was ashamed that the king should know that Robin Hood feared him so little that he thus dared to come within the very gates of Nottingham town. Thus rode the king into Nottingham town on that bright afternoon in the early fall season, and none rejoiced more than Robin Hood and his merry men to see him come so royally unto his own. Eventide had come. The great feast in the Guildhall at Nottingham town was done, and the wine passed freely. 1,000 waxen lights gleamed along the board, at which sat lord and noble and knight and squire in goodly array. At the head of the table, upon a throne all hung with cloth of gold, sat King Richard with the Sheriff of Nottingham beside him. Quoth the king to the sheriff, laughing as he spoke,
I have heard much spoken concerning the doings of certain fellows hereabouts, one Robin Hood and his band, who are outlaws and abide in Sherwood forest. Canst thou not tell me somewhat of them, Sir Sheriff? For I hear that thou hast had dealings with them more than once.
At these words the Sheriff of Nottingham looked down gloomily, and the Bishop of Hereford, who was present, gnawed his nether lip. Quoth the sheriff,
I can tell your majesty but little concerning the doings of those naughty fellows, saving that they are the boldest lawbreakers in all the land.
Then up spake young Sir Henry of the Lee, a great favourite with the king, under whom he had fought in Palestine.
May it please your majesty,
said he,
when I was away in Palestine, I heard ofttimes from my father, and in most cases I heard of this very fellow Robin Hood. If your majesty would like, I will tell you a certain adventure of this outlaw.
Then the king laughingly bade him tell his tale, whereupon he told how Robin Hood had aided Sir Richard of the Lee with money that he had borrowed from the Bishop of Hereford. Again and again the king and those present roared with laughter, while the poor bishop waxed cherry red in the face with vexation, for the matter was a sore thing with him. When Sir Henry of the Lee was done, others of those present, seeing how the king enjoyed this merry tale, told other tales concerning Robin and his merry men.
By the hilt of my sword,
said stout King Richard,
this is as bold and merry a knave as ever I heard tell of. Marry, I must take this matter in hand, and do what thou couldst not, Sheriff, to wit, clear the forest of him and his band.
That night the king sat in the place that was set apart for his lodging while in Nottingham town. With him were young Sir Henry of the Lee, and 2 other knights and 3 barons of Nottinghamshire, but the king's mind still dwelled upon Robin Hood.
Now,
quoth he,
I would freely give £100 to meet this roguish fellow Robin Hood, and to see somewhat of his doings in Sherwood Forest.
Then up spake Sir Hubert of Gingham, laughing.
If your majesty hath such a desire upon you, it is not so hard to satisfy. If your majesty is willing to lose £100, I will engage to cause you not only to meet this fellow, but to feast with him in Sherwood.
Marry, Sir Hubert,
quoth the king,
this pleaseth me well. But how wilt thou cause me to meet Robin Hood?
Why, thus,
said Sir Hubert.
Let your majesty and us here present put on the robes of 7 of the Order of Black Friars, and let your majesty hang a purse of £100 beneath your gown. Then let us undertake to ride from here to Mansfield town tomorrow, and, without I am much mistaken, we will both meet with Robin Hood and dine with him before the day be past.
I like thy plan, Sir Hubert,
quoth the king merrily.
And tomorrow we will try it, and see whether there be virtue in it.
So it happened that when early the next morning the sheriff came to where his liege lord was abiding, to pay his duty to him, the king told him what they had talked of the night before, and what merry adventure they were set upon undertaking that morning. But when the sheriff heard this, he smote his forehead with his fist.
Alas,
said he,
what evil counsel is this that hath been given thee? O my gracious lord and king, you know not what you do. This villain that you thus go to seek hath no reverence for either king or king's laws.
But did I not hear aright when I was told that this Robin Hood hath shed no blood since he was outlawed, saving only that of that vile Guy of Gisbourne, for whose death all honest men should thank him?
Yea, your majesty,
said the sheriff,
you have heard aright. Nevertheless,
then,
quoth the king, breaking in on the sheriff's speech,
what have I to fear in meeting him, having done him no harm? Truly there is no danger in this. But mayhap thou wilt go with us, Sir Sheriff.
Nay,
quoth the sheriff hastily.
Heaven forbid.
But now 7 habits, such as black friars wear, were brought, and the king and those about him having clad themselves therein, and his majesty having hung a purse with 100 golden pounds in it beneath his robes, they all went forth and mounted the mules that had been brought to the door for them. Then the king bade the sheriff be silent as to their doings, and so they set forth upon their way. Onward they travelled, laughing and jesting, until they passed through the open country, between bare harvest fields whence the harvest had been gathered home, through scattered glades that began to thicken as they went farther along, till they came within the heavy shade of the forest itself. They travelled in the forest for several miles without meeting anyone such as they sought, until they had come to that part of the road that lay nearest to Newstead Abbey.
By the holy Saint Martin,
quoth the king,
I would that I had a better head for remembering things of great need. Here have we come away and brought never so much as a drop of anything to drink with us. Now I would give £50 for somewhat to quench my thirst withal.
No sooner had the king so spoken than out from the covert at the roadside stepped a tall fellow with yellow beard and hair and a pair of merry blue eyes.
Truly, holy brother,
said he, laying his hand upon the king's bridle rein,
it were an unchristian thing not to give fitting answer to so fair a bargain. We keep an inn hereabouts, and for £50 we will not only give thee a good draught of wine, but will give thee as noble a feast as ever thou didst tickle thy gullet withal.
So saying, he put his fingers to his lips and blew a shrill whistle. Then straightway the bushes and branches on either side of the road swayed and crackled, and 80 broad-shouldered yeomen in Lincoln green burst out of the covert.
How now, fellow,
quoth the king.
Who art thou, thou naughty rogue? Hast thou no regard for such holy men as we are?
Not a whit,
quoth merry Robin Hood, for the fellow was he.
For in sooth all the holiness belonging to rich friars, such as ye are, one could drop into a thimble, and the good wife would never feel it with the tip of her finger. As for my name, it is Robin Hood, and thou mayest have heard it before.
Now out upon thee,
quoth King Richard.
Thou art a bold and naughty fellow, and a lawless one withal, as I have often heard tell. Now, prithee, let me and those brethren of mine travel forward in peace and quietness.
It may not be,
said Robin,
for it would look but ill of us to let such holy men travel onward with empty stomachs. But I doubt not that thou hast a fat purse to pay thy score at our inn, since thou offerest freely so much for a poor draught of wine. Show me thy purse, reverend brother, or I may perchance have to strip thy robes from thee to search for it myself.
Nay, use no force,
said the king sternly.
Here is my purse, but lay not thy lawless hands upon our person.
Hut, tut,
quoth merry Robin.
What proud words are these? Art thou the King of England, to so talk to me? Here, Will, take this purse and see what there is within.
Will Scarlet took the purse and counted out the money. Then Robin bade him keep 50 pounds for themselves, and put 50 back into the purse. This he handed to the king.
Here, brother,
quoth he,
take this half of thy money, and thank St. Martin, on whom thou didst call before, that thou hast fallen into the hands of such gentle rogues that they will not strip thee bare, as they might do. But wilt thou not put back thy cowl, for I would fain see thy face?
Nay,
said the king, drawing back.
I may not put back my cowl, for we 7 have vowed that we will not show our faces for 24 hours.
Then keep them covered in peace,
said Robin.
And far be it from me to make you break your vows.
So he called 7 of his yeomen, and bade them each one take a mule by the bridle. Then, turning their faces toward the depths of the woodlands, they journeyed onward until they came to the open glade and the greenwood tree. Little John, with 80 yeomen at his heels, had also gone forth that morning to wait along the roads and bring a rich guest to Sherwood glade, if such might be his luck, for many with fat purses must travel the roads at this time, when such great doings were going on in Nottinghamshire. But though Little John and so many others were gone, Friar Tuck and 20 or more stout yeomen were seated or lying around beneath the great tree, and when Robin and the others came, they leaped to their feet to meet him.
By my soul,
quoth merry King Richard, when he had gotten down from his mule and stood looking about him.
Thou hast in very truth a fine lot of young men about thee, Robin. Methinks King Richard himself would be glad of such a bodyguard.
These are not all of my fellows,
said Robin proudly,
for 80 more of them are away on business with my good right-hand man, Little John. But as for King Richard, I tell thee, brother, there is not a man of us all but would pour out our blood like water for him. Ye churchmen cannot rightly understand our king, but we yeomen love him right loyally for the sake of his brave doings which are so like our own.
But now Friar Tuck came bustling up.
Ye good den, brothers,
said he.
I am right glad to welcome some of my cloth in this naughty place. Truly, methinks these rogues of outlaws would stand but an ill chance, were it not for the prayers of holy Tuck, who laboureth so hard for their well-being.
Here he winked one eye slyly, and stuck his tongue into his cheek.
Who art thou, mad priest?
said the king in a serious voice, albeit he smiled beneath his cowl. At this, Friar Tuck looked all around with a slow gaze.
Look you now,
quoth he,
never let me hear you say again that I am no patient man. Here is a knave of a friar calleth me a mad priest, and yet I smite him not. My name is Friar Tuck, fellow, the holy Friar Tuck.
There, Tuck,
said Robin.
Thou hast said enough. Prithee, cease thy talk and bring some wine. These reverend men are athirst, and sin they have paid so richly for their score, they must e'en have the best.
Friar Tuck bridled at being so checked in his speech. Nevertheless, he went straightway to do Robin's bidding. So presently a great crock was brought, and wine was poured out for all the guests and for Robin Hood. Then Robin held his cup aloft.
"Stay!"
cried he.
"Tarry in your drinking till I give you a pledge. Here is to good King Richard, of great renown, and may all enemies to him be confounded."
Then all drank the king's health, even the king himself.
"Methinks, good fellow,"
said he,
"thou hast drunk to thine own confusion."
"Never a whit,"
quoth merry Robin.
"for I tell thee that we of Sherwood are more loyal to our lord the king than those of thine order. We would give up our lives for his benefiting, while ye are content to lie snug in your abbeys and priories, let reign who will."
At this the king laughed. Quoth he,
"Perhaps King Richard's welfare is more to me than thou wottest of, fellow. But enough of that matter. We have paid well for our fare, so canst thou not show us some merry entertainment? I have oft heard that ye are wondrous archers. Wilt thou not show us somewhat of your skill?"
"With all my heart,"
said Robin.
"We are always pleased to show our guests all the sport that is to be seen. As Gaffer Swanthold saith, 'tis a hard heart that will not give a caged starling of the best. And caged starlings ye are with us. Ho, lads, set up a garland at the end of the glade."
Then, as the yeomen ran to do their master's bidding, Tuck turned to one of the mock friars.
"Hearest thou our master?"
quoth he with a sly wink.
"Whenever he cometh across some poor piece of wit, he straightway layeth it on the shoulders of this Gaffer Swanthold, whoever he may be, so that the poor goodman goeth travelling about with all the odds and ends and tags and rags of our master's brain packed on his back."
Thus spake Friar Tuck, but in a low voice so that Robin could not hear him, for he felt somewhat nettled at Robin's cutting his talk so short. In the meantime, the mark at which they were to shoot was set up at 60 paces distance. It was a garland of leaves and flowers 2 spans in width, which same was hung upon a stake in front of a broad tree trunk.
"There,"
quoth Robin,
"yon is a fair mark, lads. Each of you shoot 3 arrows thereat, and if any fellow misseth by so much as 1 arrow, he shall have a buffet of Will Scarlet's fist."
"Hearken to him,"
quoth Friar Tuck.
"Why, master, thou dost bestow buffets from thy strapping nephew as though they were love-taps from some bouncing lass. I warrant thou art safe to hit the garland thyself, or thou wouldst not be so free of his cuffing."
First David of Doncaster shot, and lodged all 3 of his arrows within the garland.
"Well done, David,"
cried Robin.
"Thou hast saved thine ears from a warming this day."
Next Midge the miller shot, and he also lodged his arrows in the garland. Then followed Wat the tinker, but alas for him, for one of his shafts missed the mark by the breadth of 2 fingers.
"Come hither, fellow,"
said Will Scarlet in his soft, gentle voice.
"I owe thee somewhat that I would pay forthwith."
Then Wat the tinker came forward and stood in front of Will Scarlet, screwing up his face and shutting his eyes tightly, as though he already felt his ears ringing with the buffet. Will Scarlet rolled up his sleeve, and standing on tiptoe to give the greater swing to his arm, he struck with might and main. Woof came his palm against the tinker's head, and down went stout Wat to the grass, heels over head, as the wooden image at the fair goes down when the skilful player throws a cudgel at it. Then, as the tinker sat up upon the grass, rubbing his ears and winking and blinking at the bright stars that danced before his eyes, the yeoman roared with mirth till the forest rang. As for King Richard, he laughed till the tears ran down his cheeks. Thus the band shot, each in turn, some getting off scot-free, and some winning a buffet that always sent them to the grass. And now, last of all, Robin took his place, and all was hushed as he shot. The first shaft he shot split a piece from the stake on which the garland was hung. The second lodged within an inch of the other.
"By my halidom,"
said King Richard to himself,
I would give £1,000 for this fellow to be one of my guard.
And now for the third time Robin shot, but alas for him! The arrow was ill-feathered, and wavering to one side, it smote an inch outside the garland. At this a great roar went up, those of the yeomen who sat upon the grass rolling over and shouting with laughter, for never before had they seen their master so miss his mark. But Robin flung his bow upon the ground with vexation.
"Now out upon it!"
cried he.
"That shaft had an ill feather to it, for I felt it as it left my fingers. Give me a clean arrow, and I will engage to split the wand with it."
At these words the yeoman laughed louder than ever.
"Nay, good uncle,"
said Will Scarlet in his soft, sweet voice.
"Thou hast had thy fair chance, and hast missed thine aim out and out. I swear the arrow was as good as any that had been loosed this way. Come hither. I owe thee somewhat, and would fain pay it."
"Go, good master!"
roared Friar Tuck.
"And may my blessing go with thee. Thou hast bestowed these love taps of Will Scarlet's with great freedom. It were pity an thou gottest not thine own share."
"It may not be,"
said merry Robin.
"I am king here, and no subject may raise hand against the king. But even our great King Richard may yield to the holy Pope without shame, and even take a nap from him by way of penance. Therefore I will yield myself to this holy friar, who seemeth to be one in authority, and will take my punishment from him."
Thus saying, he turned to the king.
"I prithee, brother, wilt thou take my punishing into thy holy hands?"
"With all my heart,"
quoth merry King Richard, rising from where he was sitting.
"I owe ye something for having lifted a heavy weight of £50 from my purse. So make room for him on the green, lads."
"And thou makest me tumble,"
quoth Robin.
"I will freely give thee back thy £50, but I tell thee, brother, if thou makest me not feel grass all along my back, I will take every farthing thou hast for thy boastful speech."
"So be it,"
said the king.
"I am willing to venture it."
Thereupon he rolled up his sleeve and showed an arm that made the yeoman stare. But Robin, with his feet wide apart, stood firmly planted, waiting the other, smiling. Then the king swung back his arm, and balancing himself a moment, he delivered a buffet at Robin that fell like a thunderbolt. Down went Robin, headlong upon the grass, for the stroke would have felled a stone wall. Then how the yeomen shouted with laughter till their sides ached, for never had they seen such a buffet given in all their lives. As for Robin, he presently sat up and looked all around him, as though he had dropped from a cloud and had lit in a place he had never seen before. After a while, still gazing about him at his laughing yeoman, he put his fingertips softly to his ear and felt all around it tenderly.
"Will Scarlet,"
said he,
"count this fellow out his £50. I want nothing more either of his money or of him. A murrain seize him in his buffeting. I would that I had taken my dues from thee, for verily I believe he hath deafened mine ear from ever hearing again."
Then, while gusts of laughter still broke from the band, Will Scarlet counted out the £50, and the king dropped it back into his purse again.
"I give thee thanks, fellow,"
said he.
"And if ever thou shouldst wish for another box of the ear to match the one thou hast, come to me, and I will fit thee with it for naught."
So spake the merry king. But even as he ended, there came suddenly the sound of many voices, and out from the covert burst Little John and 80 men, with Sir Richard of the Lee in their midst. Across the glade they came running, and as they came, Sir Richard shouted to Robin,
"Make haste, dear friend, gather thy band together, and come with me. King Richard left Nottingham town this very morning, and cometh to seek thee in the woodlands. I know not how he cometh, for it was but a rumour of this that reached me. Nevertheless I know that it is the truth. Therefore hasten with all thy men, and come to the castle Lee, for there thou mayest lie hidden till thy present danger passeth. Who are these strangers that thou hast with thee?"
"Why,"
quoth merry Robin, rising from the grass,
"these are certain gentle guests that came with us from the high road over by Newstead Abbey. I know not their names, but I have become right well acquaint with this lusty rogue's poem this morning. Marry, the pleasure of this acquaintance hath cost me a deaf ear and £50 to boot.
Sir Richard looked keenly at the tall friar, who, drawing himself up to his full height, looked fixedly back at the knight. Then of a sudden Sir Richard's cheeks grew pale, for he knew who it was that he looked upon. Quickly he leaped from off his horse's back, and flung himself upon his knees before the other. At this the king, seeing that Sir Richard knew him, threw back his cowl, and all the yeomen saw his face and knew him also, for there was not one of them but had been in the crowd in the good town of Nottingham, and had seen him riding side by side with the sheriff. Down they fell upon their knees, nor could they say a word. Then the king looked all around right grimly, and last of all his glance came back and rested again upon Sir Richard of the Lee.
"How is this, Sir Richard?"
said he sternly.
"How darest thou step between me and these fellows? And how darest thou offer thy knightly castle of the Lee for refuge for them? Wilt thou make it a hiding place for the most renowned outlaws in England?"
Then Sir Richard of the Lee raised his eyes to the king's face.
"Far be it from me,"
said he,
"to do aught that could bring your majesty's anger upon me. Yet sooner would I face your majesty's wrath than suffer aught of harm that I could stay to fall upon Robin Hood and his band, for to them I owe life, honor, everything. Should I then desert him in his hour of need?"
Ere the knight had done speaking, one of the mock friars that stood near the king came forward and knelt beside Sir Richard, and throwing back his cowl, showed the face of young Sir Henry of the Lee. Then Sir Henry grasped his father's hand and said,
"Here kneels one who hath served thee well, King Richard, and, as thou knowest, hath stepped between thee and death in Palestine. Yet do I abide by my dear father, and here I say also that I would freely give shelter to this noble outlaw Robin Hood, even though it brought thy wrath upon me. For my father's honor and my father's welfare are as dear to me as mine own."
King Richard looked from one to the other of the kneeling knights, and at last the frown faded from his brow, and a smile twitched at the corners of his lips.
"Marry, Sir Richard,"
quoth the king,
"thou art a bold-spoken knight, and thy freedom of speech waiteth not heavily against thee with me. This young son of thine taketh after his sire both in boldness of speech and of deed, for, as he saith, he stepped one time betwixt me and death. Wherefore I would pardon thee for his sake, even if thou hadst done more than thou hast. Rise, all of you, for ye shall suffer no harm through me this day. For it were pity that a merry time should end in a manner as to mar its joyousness."
Then all arose, and the king beckoned Robin Hood to come to him.
"How now?"
quoth he.
"Is thine ear still too deaf to hear me speak?"
"Mine ears would be deafened in death ere they would cease to hear your majesty's voice,"
said Robin.
"As for the blow that your majesty struck me, I would say that though my sins are haply many, methinks they have been paid up in full thereby."
"Thinkest thou so?"
said the king, with somewhat of sternness in his voice.
"Now I tell thee, but for 3 things, to wit, my mercifulness, my love for a stout woodsman, and the loyalty thou hast avowed for me, thine ears, mayhap, may have been more tightly closed than ever a buffet from me could have shut them. Talk not lightly of thy sins, good Robin. But come, look up. Thy danger is past, for hereby I give thee and all thy band free pardon. But, in sooth, I cannot let you roam the forest as ye have done in the past. Therefore, I will take thee at thy word when thou didst say thou wouldst give thy service to me, and thou shalt go back to London with me. We will take that bold knave Little John also, and likewise thy cousin Will Scarlet, and thy minstrel Alan Dale. As for the rest of thy band, we will take their names and have them duly recorded as royal rangers, for methinks it were wiser to have them changed to law-abiding caretakers of our deer in Sherwood, than to leave them to run at large as outlawed slayers thereof. But now, get a feast ready. I would see how ye live in the woodlands.
So Robin bade his men make ready a grand feast. Straightway great fires were kindled and burned brightly, at which savoury things roasted sweetly. While this was going forward, the king bade Robin call Allan a Dale, for he would hear him sing. So word was passed for Allan, and presently he came, bringing his harp.
"Marry,"
said King Richard,
"if thy singing match thy looks, 'tis fair enough. Prithee, strike up a ditty, and let us have a taste of thy skill."
Then Allan touched his harp lightly, and all words were hushed while he sang thus.
"Oh, where hast thou been, my daughter? Oh, where hast thou been this day? Daughter, my daughter. Oh, I have been to the river's side, where the waters lie all grey and wide, and the grey sky broods o'er the leaden tide, and the shrill wind sighs a-straining. What saw'st thou there, my daughter? What saw'st thou there this day? Daughter, my daughter. Oh, I saw a boat come drifting nigh, where the quivering rushes hiss and sigh, and the water soughs as it gurgles by, and the shrill wind sighs a-straining. What sailed in the boat, my daughter? What sailed in the boat this day? Daughter, my daughter. Oh, there was one all clad in white, and about his face hung a pallid light, and his eyes gleamed sharp like the stars at night, and the shrill wind sighed a-straining. And what said he, my daughter? What said he to thee this day? Daughter, my daughter. Oh, said he not, but did he this? Thrice on my lips did he press a kiss, and my heartstrings shrunk with an awful bliss, and the shrill wind sighed a-straining. Why growest thou so cold, my daughter? Why growest thou so cold and white? Daughter, my daughter. Oh, never a word the daughter said, but she sat all straight with a drooping head, for her heart was stilled, and her face was dead, and the shrill wind sighed a-straining.
All listened in silence, and when Allan a Dale had done, King Richard heaved a sigh.
"By the breath of my body, Allan,"
quoth he,
"thou hast such a wondrous sweet voice that it strangely moves my heart. But what doleful ditty is this for the lips of a stout yeoman? I would rather hear thee sing a song of love and battle than a sad thing like that. Moreover, I understand it not. What meanest thou by the words?"
I know not, your majesty,
said Allan, shaking his head.
For oft times I sing that which I do not clearly understand mine own self.
"Well, well,"
quoth the king,
"let it pass. Only I tell thee this, Allan, thou shouldst turn thy songs to such matters as I spoke of, to wit, love or war. For in sooth thou hast a sweeter voice than Blondel, and methought he was the best minstrel that I ever heard."
But now one came forward and said that the feast was ready. So Robin Hood brought King Richard and those with him to where it lay all spread out on fair white linen cloths, which lay upon the soft green grass. Then King Richard sat him down and feasted and drank, and when he was done he swore roundly that he had never sat at such a lusty repast in all his life before. That night he lay in Sherwood Forest upon a bed of sweet green leaves, and early the next morning he set forth from the woodlands for Nottingham town, Robin Hood and all of his band going with him. You may guess what a stir there was in the good town when all these famous outlaws came marching into the streets. As for the sheriff, he knew not what to say nor where to look when he saw Robin Hood in such high favour with the king, while all his heart was filled with gall because of the vexation that lay upon him. The next day the king took leave of Nottingham town. So Robin Hood and Little John and Will Scarlet and Allan a Dale shook hands with all the rest of the band, kissing the cheeks of each man, and swearing that they would often come to Sherwood and see them. Then each mounted his horse and rode away in the train of the king. End of chapter 22.
Sir Henry of the Lee, read by Jenn Broda.
Sir Hubert of Gingham, read by David Snyder.
Chapter 23 of The Merry Adventures of Robin Hood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Merry Adventures of Robin Hood by Howard Pyle. Epilogue. Thus end the merry adventures of Robin Hood. For in spite of his promise, it was many a year ere he saw Sherwood again. After a year or two at court, Little John came back to Nottinghamshire, where he lived in an orderly way, though within sight of Sherwood, and where he achieved great fame as the champion of all England with the quarterstaff. Will Scarlet, after a time, came back to his own home, whence he had been driven by his unlucky killing of his father's steward. The rest of the band did their duty as royal rangers right well, but Robin Hood and Allan a Dale did not come again to Sherwood so quickly, for thus it was. Robin, through his great fame as an archer, became a favourite with the king, so that he speedily rose in rank to be the chief of all the yeomen. At last the king, seeing how faithful and how loyal he was, created him Earl of Huntingdon. So Robin followed the king to the wars, and found his time so full that he had no chance to come back to Sherwood for even so much as a day. As for Allan a Dale and his wife, the fair Ellen, they followed Robin Hood and shared in all his ups and downs of life. And now, dear friend, you who have journeyed with me in all these merry doings, I will not bid you follow me further, but will drop your hand here with a good den, if you wish it. For that which cometh hereafter speaks of the breaking up of things, and shows how joys and pleasures that are dead and gone can never be set upon their feet to walk again. I will not dwell upon the matter over long, but will tell as speedily as may be of how that stout fellow Robin Hood died as he had lived, not at court as Earl of Huntingdon, but with bow in hand, his heart in the greenwood, and he himself a right yeoman. King Richard died upon the battlefield, in such a way as properly became a lion-hearted king, as you yourself no doubt know. So, after a time, the Earl of Huntingdon, or Robin Hood as we still call him as of old, finding nothing for his doing abroad, came back to merry England again. With him came Allan a Dale and his wife, the fair Ellen, for these two had been chief of Robin's household ever since he had left Sherwood Forest. It was in the springtime when they landed once more on the shores of England. The leaves were green, and the small birds sang blithely, just as they used to do in fair Sherwood when Robin Hood roamed the woodland shades with a free heart and a light heel. All the sweetness of the time and the joyousness of everything brought back to Robin's mind his forest life, so that a great longing came upon him to behold the woodlands once more. So he went straightway to King John and besought leave of him to visit Nottingham for a short season. The king gave him leave to come and to go, but bade him not stay longer than 3 days at Sherwood. So Robin Hood and Allan a Dale set forth without delay to Nottinghamshire and Sherwood Forest. The first night they took up their inn at Nottingham town, yet they did not go to pay their duty to the sheriff, for his worship bore many a bitter grudge against Robin Hood, which grudges had not been lessened by Robin's rise in the world. The next day, at an early hour, they mounted their horses and set forth for the woodlands. As they passed along the road, it seemed to Robin that he knew every stick and stone that his eyes looked upon. Yonder was a path that he had oft times trod of a mellow evening, with Little John beside him. Here was one, now nigh choked with brambles, along which he and a little band had walked when they went forth to seek a certain curtal friar. Thus they rode slowly onward, talking about these old familiar things, old and yet new, for they found more in them than they had ever thought of before. Thus at last they came to the open glade, and the broad, wide-spreading greenwood tree, which was their home for so many years. Neither of the two spoke when they stood beneath that tree. Robin looked all about him at the well-known things, so like what they used to be, and yet so different. For where once was the bustle of many busy fellows, was now the quietness of solitude. And, as he looked, the woodlands, the greensward, and the sky all blurred together in his sight through salt tears. For such a great yearning came upon him as he looked on these things, as well known to him as the fingers of his right hand, that he could not keep back the water from his eyes. That morning he had slung his good old bugle horn over his shoulder, and now with the yearning came a great longing to sound his bugle once more. He raised it to his lips. He blew a blast. Tirala, lirala, the sweet clear notes went winding down the forest paths, coming back again from the more distant bosky shades in faint echoes of sound. Tirala, lirala, until it faded away and was lost. Now it chanced that on that very morn Little John was walking through a spur of the forest upon certain matters of business, and as he paced along, sunk in meditation, the faint, clear notes of a distant bugle horn came to his ear. As leaps the stag when it feels the arrow at its heart, so leaped Little John when that distant sound met his ear. All the blood in his body seemed to rush like a flame into his cheeks as he bent his head and listened. Again came the bugle note, thin and clear, and yet again it sounded. Then Little John gave a great wild cry of yearning, of joy, and yet of grief, and putting down his head, he dashed into the thicket. Onward he plunged, crackling and rending, as the wild boar rushes through the underbrush. Little recked he of thorns and briars that scratched his flesh and tore his clothing, for all he thought of was to get, by the shortest way, to the greenwood glade, whence he knew the sound of the bugle horn came. Out he burst from the covert at last, a shower of little broken twigs falling about him, and without pausing a moment, rushed forward and flung himself at Robin's feet. Then he clasped his arms around the master's knees, and all his body was shaken with great sobs. Neither could Robin nor Allen a Dale speak, but stood looking down at Little John, the tears rolling down their cheeks. While they thus stood, 7 royal rangers rushed into the open glade and raised a great shout of joy at the sight of Robin, and at their head was Will Stutely. Then after a while came 4 more, panting with their running, and 2 of these 4 were Will Scathelock and Midge the miller, for all of these had heard the sound of Robin Hood's horn. All these ran to Robin and kissed his hands and his clothing with great sound of weeping. After a while, Robin looked around him with tear-dimmed eyes, and said in a husky voice,
"Now I swear that I will never again leave these dear woodlands. I have been away from them and from you too long. Now do I lay by the name of Robert, Earl of Huntingdon, and take upon me once again that nobler title, Robin Hood, the yeoman."
At this a great shout went up, and all the yeomen shook one another's hands for joy. The news that Robin Hood had come back again to dwell in Sherwood as of old spread like wildfire all over the countryside, so that ere a se'nnight had passed, nearly all of his old yeomen had gathered about him again. But when the news of all this reached the ears of King John, he swore both loud and deep, and took a solemn vow that he would not rest until he had Robin Hood in his power, dead or alive. Now there was present at court a certain knight, Sir William Dale, as gallant a soldier as ever donned harness. Sir William Dale was well acquainted with Sherwood Forest, for he was head keeper over that part of it that lay nigh to good Mansfield town. So to him the king turned, and bade him take an army of men, and go straightway to seek Robin Hood. Likewise the king gave Sir William his signet ring to show to the sheriff, that he might raise all his armed men to aid the others in their chase of Robin. So Sir William and the sheriff set forth to do the king's bidding, and to search for Robin Hood, and for 7 days they hunted up and down, yet found him not. Now, had Robin Hood been as peaceful as of old, everything might have ended in smoke, as other such ventures had always done before. But he had fought for years under King Richard, and was changed from what he used to be. It galled his pride to thus flee away before those sent against him, as a chased fox flees from the hounds. So thus it came about at last that Robin Hood and his yeomen met Sir William and the sheriff and their men in the forest, and a bloody fight followed. The first man slain in that fight was the Sheriff of Nottingham, for he fell from his horse with an arrow in his brain ere 60 of shafts had been sped. Many a better man than the sheriff kissed the sod that day, but at last, Sir William Dale being wounded and most of his men slain, he withdrew, beaten, and left the forest. But scores of good fellows were left behind him, stretched out all stiff beneath the sweet green boughs. But though Robin Hood had beaten off his enemies in fair fight, all this lay heavily upon his mind, so that he brooded over it until a fever seized upon him. For 3 days it held him, and though he strove to fight it off, he was forced to yield at last. Thus it came that on the morning of the 4th day he called Little John to him, and told him that he could not shake the fever from him, and that he would go to his cousin, the prioress of the nunnery near Kirklees in Yorkshire, who was a skilful leech, and he would have her open a vein in his arm, and take a little blood from him for the bettering of his health. Then he bade Little John make ready to go also, for he might perchance need aid in his journeying. So Little John and he took their leave of the others, and Robin Hood bade Will Stutely be the captain of the band until they should come back. Thus they came by easy stages and slow journeying until they reached the nunnery of Kirklees. Now Robin had done much to aid this cousin of his, for it was through King Richard's love of him that she had been made prioress of the place. But there is naught in the world so easily forgot as gratitude. So when the prioress of Kirklees had heard how her cousin, the Earl of Huntingdon, had thrown away his earldom and gone back again to Sherwood, she was vexed to the soul, and feared lest her cousinship with him should bring the king's wrath upon her also. Thus it happened that when Robin came to her and told her how he wished her services as leech, she began plotting ill against him in her mind, thinking that by doing evil to him she might find favor with his enemies. Nevertheless, she kept this well to herself, and received Robin with seeming kindness. She led him up the winding stone stair to a room which was just beneath the eaves of a high round tower, but she would not let Little John come with him. So the poor yeoman turned his feet away from the door of the nunnery, and left his master in the hands of the women. But though he did not come in, neither did he go far away, for he laid him down in a little glade near by, where he could watch the place that Robin abided, like some great faithful dog turned away from the door where his master has entered. After the women had gotten Robin Hood to the room beneath the eaves, the prioress sent all of the others away. Then, taking a little cord, she tied it tightly about Robin's arm, as though she were about to bleed him. And so she did bleed him, but the vein she opened was not one of those that lie close and blue beneath the skin. Deeper she cut than that, for she opened one of those veins through which the bright red blood runs leaping from the heart. Of this Robin knew not, for though he saw the blood flow, it did not come fast enough to make him think that there was anything ill in it. Having done this vile deed, the prioress turned and left her cousin, locking the door behind her. All that livelong day the blood ran from Robin Hood's arm, nor could he check it, though he strove in every way to do so. Again and again he called for help, but no help came, for his cousin had betrayed him, and Little John was too far away to hear his voice. So he bled and bled until he felt his strength slipping away from him. Then he arose, tottering, and bearing himself up by the palms of his hands against the wall, he reached his bugle horn at last. Thrice he sounded it, but weakly and faintly, for his breath was fluttering through sickness and loss of strength. Nevertheless, Little John heard it where he lay in the glade, and with a heart all sick with dread, he came running and leaping toward the nunnery. Loudly he knocked at the door, and in a loud voice shouted for them to let him in, for the door was of massive oak, strongly barred and studded with spikes, so they felt safe and bade Little John begone. Then Little John's heart was mad with grief and fear for his master's life. Wildly he looked about him, and his sight fell upon a heavy stone mortar, such as 3 men could not lift nowadays. Little John took 3 steps forward, and bending his back, heaved the stone mortar up from where it stood, deeply rooted. Staggering under its weight, he came forward and hurled it crashing against the door. In burst the door, and away fled the frightened nuns, shrieking at his coming. Then Little John strode in, and never a word said he, but up the winding stone steps he ran, till he reached the room wherein his master was. Here he found the door locked also, but putting his shoulder against it, he burst the locks as though they were made of brittle ice. There he saw his own dear master leaning against the grey stone wall, his face all white and drawn, and his head swaying to and fro with weakness. Then, with a great wild cry of love and grief and pity, Little John leaped forward and caught Robin Hood in his arms. Up he lifted him, as a mother lifts her child, and carrying him to the bed, laid him tenderly thereon. And now the prioress came in hastily, for she was frightened at what she had done, and dreaded the vengeance of Little John and the others of the band. Then she stanched the blood by cunning bandages, so that it flowed no more. All the while Little John stood grimly by, and after she had done, he sternly bade her to be gone, and she obeyed, pale and trembling. Then after she had departed, Little John spake cheering words, laughing loudly, and saying that all this was a child's fright, and that no stout yeoman would die at the loss of a few drops of blood.
"Why,"
quoth he,
"give thee a se'nnight, and thou wilt be roaming the woodlands as boldly as ever."
But Robin shook his head and smiled faintly where he lay.
"Mine own dear Little John,"
whispered he,
"Heaven bless thy kind rough heart. But, dear friend, we will never roam the woodlands together again."
"Aye, but we will,"
quoth Little John loudly.
"I say again, aye, out upon it. Who dares say that any more harm shall come upon thee? Am I not by? Let me see who dares touch."
Here he stopped of a sudden, for his words choked him. At last he said in a deep, husky voice,
"Now, if aught of harm befalls thee because of this day's doings, I swear by St. George that the red cock shall crow over the roof-tree of this house, for the hot flame shall lick every crack and cranny thereof. As for these women—"
Here he ground his teeth.
"It will be an ill day for them."
But Robin Hood took Little John's rough brown fist in his white hands, and chid him softly in his low, weak voice, asking him since what time Little John had thought of doing harm to women, even in vengeance. Thus he talked, till, at last, the other promised in a choking voice that no ill should fall upon the place, no matter what happened. Then a silence fell, and Little John sat with Robin Hood's hand in his, gazing out of the open window, ever and anon swallowing a great lump that came in his throat. Meantime the sun dropped slowly to the west, till all the sky was ablaze with a red glory. Then Robin Hood, in a weak, faltering voice, bade Little John raise him that he might look out once more upon the woodlands. So the yeoman lifted him in his arms as he bade, and Robin Hood's head lay on his friend's shoulder. Long he gazed with a wide, lingering look, while the other sat with bowed head, the hot tears rolling one after another from his eyes, and dripping upon his bosom, for he felt that the time of parting was near at hand. Then, presently, Robin Hood bade him string his stout bow for him, and choose a smooth, fair arrow from his quiver. This Little John did, though without disturbing his master or rising from where he sat. Robin Hood's fingers wrapped lovingly around his good bow, and he smiled faintly when he felt it in his grasp. Then he knocked the arrow on that part of the string that the tips of his fingers knew so well.
"Little John,"
said he,
"Little John, mine own dear friend, and him I love better than all the others in the world, mark, I prithee, where this arrow lodges, and there let my grave be digged. Lay me with my face toward the east, Little John, and see that my resting place be kept green, and that my weary bones be not disturbed."
As he finished speaking, he raised himself of a sudden and sat upright. His old strength seemed to come back to him, and drawing the bowstring to his ear, he sped the arrow out of the open casement. As the shaft flew, his hand sank slowly with the bow till it lay across his knees, and his body likewise sank back again into Little John's loving arms. But something had sped from that body, even as the winged arrow sped from the bow. For some minutes Little John sat motionless, but presently he laid that which he held gently down. Then, folding the hands upon the breast and covering up the face, he turned upon his heel and left the room without a word or a sound. Upon the steep stairway he met the prioress and some of the chief among the sisters. To them he spoke in a deep, quivering voice, and said he,
"An ye go within a score of feet of yonder room, I will tear down your rookery over your heads, so that not one stone shall be left upon another. Bear my words well in mind, for I mean them."
So saying, he turned and left them, and they presently saw him running rapidly across the open, through the falling of the dusk, until he was swallowed up by the forest. The early grey of the coming morn was just beginning to lighten the black sky toward the eastward, when Little John and 6 more of the band came rapidly across the open toward the nunnery. They saw no one, for the sisters were all hidden away from sight, having been frightened by Little John's words. Up the stone stair they ran, and a great sound of weeping was presently heard. After a while this ceased, and then came the scuffling and shuffling of men's feet as they carried a heavy weight down the steep and winding stairs. So they went forth from the nunnery, and, as they passed through the doors thereof, a great loud sound of wailing arose from the glade that lay all dark in the dawning, as though many men, hidden in the shadows, had lifted up their voices in sorrow. Thus died Robin Hood at Kirklees nunnery in fair Yorkshire, with mercy in his heart toward those that had been his undoing. For thus he showed mercy for the erring and pity for the weak through all the time of his living. His yeomen were scattered henceforth, but no great ill befell them thereafter, for a more merciful sheriff and one who knew them not so well succeeding the one that had gone, and they being separated here and there throughout the countryside, they abided in peace and quietness, so that many lived to hand down these tales to their children and their children's children. A certain one saith that upon a stone at Kirklees is an old inscription. This I give in the ancient English in which it was written, and thus it runs: "Here underneath this little stein lies Robert, Earl of Huntingdon. Ne archer were as he sae good, and people called him Robin Hood. Sic outlaws as he and his men will England neither see again. Albeit 24 Cal Decembrus 1247. And now, dear friend, we also must part, for our merry journeyings have ended, and here at the grave of Robin Hood we turn, each going his own way. End of chapter 23. End of the Merry Adventures of Robin Hood by Howard Pyle.